Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The family of Kenyan police officer Benedict Kabiru, who went missing in Haiti 2 weeks ago, is expected to appear at Vigilance House for counseling today. It comes days after conflicting reports emerged over Kabiru's fate, with the Haitian authorities claiming he was killed and his body held by gang members. The family spokesperson Darlene Ndugu said they were bracing for potentially devastating news. Ndugu said close family members were instructed by government officials to report to the National Police Headquarters here in Nairobi this morning. He said the officials told them that the means of transport would be provided, but they did not give further details on the purpose of the meeting. The World Chambers Federation Africa Summit 2025 at the KICC Nairobi enters its final day today. Delegates from over 70 countries are attending the summit, organized in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the World Chambers Federation, and Absa Bank Kenya. They are seeking to unite global and regional stakeholders in trade, investment, and development under the theme Africa's Global Future: Integrated, Innovative, and Sustainable. On Wednesday, President William Ruto used the summit to emphasize his administration's commitment to streamlining business processes to foster a more efficient and investor-friendly environment where enterprises thrive. President Ruto said his administration, through the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, was listening to the concerns of entrepreneurs to enhance the ease of doing business in the country. He also called for more intra-African trade, saying the move will unlock Africa's fullest potential.
Even as we look to trading with the rest of the world, there is a present and real opportunity in trading within the African continent, which is within our power. We can make decisions for what happens in this continent. And it is the reason why we are reorganizing the Africa Union. We are reforming the institutions of the Africa Union so that it becomes a fit-for-purpose mechanism for us to unlock the potential of this continent.
Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has criticized what he described as a misuse of state power following an incident in Nakuru where security officers allegedly attempted to arrest former UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala. The attempted arrest, which occurred as Malala was preparing students from Butere Girls High School for their performance at the National Drama Festival, has sparked outrage, particularly over the reported deployment of a contingent of police officers. The officers allegedly stopped Malala from meeting the students who'd camped at Kirobon Girls High School for rehearsals.
Imefika mali Kenya mnani arrest because naandika play. Marubu. Nakuja na polisi 50. Nimefanya makosa gani? Nimefanya makosa gani? Kuandika. You are arresting me because of writing a play. Writing a play. What offense have I committed? What mistake have I committed? Tell me, Marubu. When this yayo, niambie. This yayo, mnatumika ku arrest mtu ameandika play. Ama nimefanya makosa gani?
In a statement shared via his social media accounts, Gachagua described the incident as a dangerous escalation in the suppression of artistic expression and civic critique. He added that the play in question, Echoes of War, is a satirical piece and poses no threat beyond its literary message. President William Ruto has reiterated his administration's commitment to transforming Nairobi into a more livable, accessible and modern city. Posting on X, President Ruto said his administration has embarked on a collaborative effort with the county government to revitalize the city through the Nairobi County Urban Renewal and Regeneration Program. The ongoing initiative, the president said, includes the rehabilitation of 161 kilometers of roads and walkways across Nairobi. He described the initiative as a bold intervention that would restore dignity, improve mobility, and shape the shared future of Kenya's capital city. Hundreds of rescue workers in the Dominican Republic continue to search for survivors of a roof collapse at a nightclub in the capital, Santo Domingo. At least 124 people died and more than 150 were injured in the incident, which happened on Tuesday at the Jet Set Club. Head of Emergency Operations Juan Manuel estimated that his team had 24 to 36 hours left to try to find survivors under the rubble. Hundreds of guests were inside the popular venue attending a concert by merengue singer Ruby Perez. Perez, as well as former Major League Basketball player Octavio Dote and Tony Blanco, and a provincial governor among those who've been confirmed dead. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Traffic.
Good morning, and it's Thursday. A quick look at what's happening on the roads today. Anything popping? Not yet, probably not. And it's still early. Let's take a quick look at what is going on coming on to the Thika Superhighway. A little bit of traffic will start to build as you're coming from Githurai. Get to that junction, coming in from Allsops. But I think we'll be all right. Nothing much happening in other parts of the city. The southern bypass looks pretty good. A little bit of traffic starting to build, and that is outbound on Waiyaki Way. That's just about the size of it for now. Let's see what happens as we get through Thursday. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
But your intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. I'm here. Asha, I'm sorry. Things are just happening as we're even on air, doing things in the morning here and there. Allah, I didn't do it on purpose. City, why are you mumbling? What are you saying?
She's all dolled up.
I'm asking you whose shoes, the shoes that are on your feet. Whose shoes are they?
These shoes are made for walking.
Where? Blue shoes, red shoes, something shoes. There's a poem like that.
There is a poem like that. My shoes are red. Where? Good morning.
Morning.
Uko salama wewe?
Yes.
Good morning and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room. My name is Ndu Okoh.
Good morning. This is the Situation Room, and I am Dennis Tall Aseto.
Good morning, good people. We are in the Situation Room, and I am CT Muga.
Karibu. Good to see you guys. In your language, what is goat? How do you say goat in your language?
DL.
Driver's license. I'm joking.
Not DL. DL.
DL.
DL.
DL.
You've got it? That's the intonation.
Yes. DL.
DL.
Oh, fantastic.
The D then takes a DL. Yes.
It takes a dip. Okay. In my language, we say ewu.
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 You don't have very many goats where you come from, do you?
But that as well sounds as though the way Nigerians exclamate, ewo.
So that's ewo. It's also now in the intonation. Ewu. Ewo.
Okay.
Ewo is what?
Ewo is an exclamation like
gosh.
Exactly.
Golly gosh.
Golly gosh. So I would assume that also goat for you is DL.
DL.
Okay.
And if you want to say a big deal, DL marabet. So that's a big deal, a big goat.
So when you say madwong, you are referring to a human?
No. You can still
say DL madwong.
Huge, yeah.
Okay.
Rabbit now is
massive.
What is goat in Kisi? Who? It has to be a something. It lazimo embori.
Yes.
Embori.
You know, there seems to be an E at the beginning
of every word.
Word is prefaced with an E. A human being.
Saga.
Ngoko. Yeah.
Ednah.
Et what? Et one is what now?
Wow.
Chogo. Et chogo.
Hey, chapa wewe. I'll beat you up.
Hey, I'm telling you. Hey, language is organic. I love it. What is goat in Calais is what? Arte. Arte. Goat in Calais is arte.
They're about to call the Arsenal.
Arsenal.
The Arsenal coach Ateta.
Arte. Goat.
What's his name?
Ateta.
Taita is Mburi and Kisi is Mburi.
Bantu.
It's all Bantu.
Yeah.
Language is such a beautiful thing, isn't it?
It is.
It is. It really is. Good morning, everybody. Always good to have you into the Situation Room, and lovely to get into conversations that we will be having today. Karibu sana. Let me tell you some of those conversations that we can see you all getting into the room. We'll talk to you in just a minute and say a big hello to you. Let us tell you some of those conversations that we will have today, shall we? Okay. Where are we? Somebody's playing music, or is it in my head?
It's all in your head.
Oh, okay. It's actually you.
It's Aseto's phone.
Well, your phone is doing the thing. All right, sawa. So it is Thursday, and it is Justice Thursday. We will have a Justice Thursday conversation at 7 o'clock. We will be looking at the role of Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal in enhancing access to justice. Did you know there was one? A Multimedia Tribunal. The Honourable Rosemary Kuria is the chairperson of the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal. She will join us at 7 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock, Ndegwa Njiro is an advocate. He has been representation for quite a number of things. And he sees that there's a witch, there's a hunt, and it's political. There is a political witch hunt, and we're having conversations around that at 8 o'clock. Finally, at 9 o'clock, we will have a conversation, dear Mr. President, around the JSS teachers. There have been cries from time. And people are saying, okay, fine. You've hired us as teachers. We are not permanent and pensionable. We end up teaching courses that are not even within our qualifications or our area of study. We are in a bit of a sad situation. So, JSS teachers, wherever you're waking up this morning, or if you've woken up this morning and you hear us, talk to a JSS teacher near you. We are going to have that conversation with you at 9 o'clock in terms of really what is going on with the hiring and teaching that is done by JSS teachers. Those are conversations that we will have this morning, and we welcome you into the room as we do that. Sawa. All right, so we get to say a hello to you as everybody is clicking into the room this morning. Let's see where everybody's tuned in from. Do tell us where you're tuned in from, and say hi to us. And of course, we'll say a big hi back to you. Sawa. All right, getting into it this morning. Michael Olande is already tuned in. Salutations de mille collines. Good to have you here. Voix ce matin. Very, very good to have you here, Michael. Thank you so much. Chris Maura is tuned in and says good morning. Cyprian Kambuni. Yes, TT?
I'm just hearing you speak French.
Oh, right. Sorry, sometimes I just forget and I keep going.
No, it is good to forget. It's good to forget. It's an interesting language, this French.
It is.
Yes, the way they write their things, the way they pronounce them. Please go on.
Bonjour toi.
Cyprian Kambuni says, good morning. Salamu kutoka Dayton in Minnesota. Desmond Otis is tuned in this morning and says, hamjambo wana Spice. Mpokea salamu nyinyi yote. Sina neno ijapokuwa hii baridi ni ya wawili.
It's cold is for two people.
For two people.
Oh,
1 + 1.
Got it. I'm there. Stephen Langat says, good morning, team. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Ombaso, and Nemian Movic says, good morning, team. From Bonnie Lake in Washington, the Nyakera interview was great. Keep the fire burning. Thank you so much, Joe Mungai, always. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, Spice FM, and good morning, says Major Seth. Domie says, good morning, tuned in from Sugoi. Okay, great. Greetings from Juja Farm. We see you, Stanley. From the Pearl of Africa, that's where Hisa Daniel is. Hi, Spice FM. Good morning, Gypsy. Good to you. Habari za asubuhi. Good morning, John Wangi. Dominic Abuga is tuned in this morning. And Hillary says, greetings from Sydney, from the land down under. You guys are almost on Friday, Abby. Job Masika says, good morning, tuned in from Iceland. My princess Jumbo Spice. Oath of secrecy should be declared unconstitutional, null and void. Okay, sawa. Erica War is tuned in this morning. Gypsy Corner says, hi, Ndu. Oh, no, good day, Ndu. Oh, so no, rather you say good day. You said we shouldn't say hi. Did I say that? We were just telling you what hi meant. Robinson says, good morning. Good morning, folks. Ndu, ask CT if he knows where this proverb is from. Beware of a naked man who offers you clothes. Do you know where it's from? You can just say yes or no.
No.
Okay, there we go. Habari Zasubui, says John. Raimtula is tuned in from Colchester. Joseph Mokua says, good morning. From Team Situation Room from Marile in Marsabit, good morning to you. Edgar Mwangi says, good morning, good people. And Deno Mwanza says, good morning, team. Tuned in from Deya and Kikuyu. Papdi also wants me to ask CT if he's aware that in 1981, Kenya Air Force James Wairimu plotted a coup against Daniel Moi. Did you know that?
Yes, it was executed in 1982.
There you go. Carol Nyambura natupenda.
Asante
sana. Tunampenda pia. Technist Mwit, we see you. Good morning, Team Spice, says Jimmy Gakio. Berhane Gebru says, good morning, CT Ndu and Dennis from Addis. Beautiful, beautiful city. Good morning, Spice FM. State House in Butere Girls High School. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Also, Dr. Venvik is tuned in this morning. And Joe Awori says, good equals Vulai. Mambo ni what? Mambo ni Vulai. Steve Ouma, yes, we see you. Abraham Kimeli says, good morning, watching from Detroit in Michigan. And you said Ndu is a linguist. I did study linguistics and languages, yes. Otkin, greetings from Tampa Bay. We see you. And Robert Abayo Okoh says, Thwon is another variation of Madwon. Thwon is not. Thwon is somebody whose courage is special, whose courage is extraordinary. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Not just some hard-headed fellow who doesn't listen to people. No. Wow. Okay. Jeffrey Mogaka, good morning to you. Good morning. Tuned in from Tudor is Peter Wanjala. Sonnet says, hello, Spice team. Jumbo Mingi, the rain is gone. Is goodness Lord rain? Is that kind of rain? Man, it rained. In this part, when we got to Mombasa Road, there was no sign of any rain. Yeah. But in my neck of the woods, it was raining, pouring until the old man was snoring. It started raining. And it rained very, very early morning. It rained cats and doggies. Right. Good morning from Kabianga in Kericho, says Emmanuel Koske. And Mudhoni says, hello, good morning from Dar es Salaam. Hey, yay. Betty Maina says, good morning. Great conversations. Forward to listening to this show. Keep up keeping us informed. Thank you so much. Martin Otieno is tuned in from Seattle in Washington. And Deno Reela says, good morning, Team Spice. Tuned in from Chania. In it. Have a great day. Well, have a great day too. And thank you for being here. And let's get this ball rolling because it's going to be a fun ride as we get into it this morning. Shall we? All right. We are in Zimbabwe. Yes, we are. What's our proverb for today, CT?
Don't throw out the old pot until you have the tinker make you a new one. Don't throw out the old pot until you've had the tinker make you a new one.
Don't despise it just because you got something new and shiny. Old is gold. Abi?
My dad would say, I always have a second thought before making any decision. So, yeah.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
We'll see what folks have to say. Do you have the other ones for me? Let's look into the details of the headlines, shall we?
Let's.
On the front page of the Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper. House of Deals. Wheeler Dealing. State House is the hallowed residence of the president and carries the nation's heritage apart from being the center of power. But recent claims are depicting the house on the hill as grounds for patronage, plunder, and pillage under the president's watch. Sawa, we'll look into the details of that story, won't we? Malala in trouble over echoes of war play. The author of the Butere Girls drama script and politician was yesterday barred from accessing his actresses in a stage show being showcased today. And that just went all kinds of crazy. Also, on the national pages, balancing act between freedoms and order. The government wants to regulate social media, but experts warn the move is a double-edged sword. So that's called regulating nets. Speaker suspends Yala MP over altercations. We will look into that story because how that video leaked and how then things fell apart will be interesting. Judiciary's mediation plan boosts economy by 68.9 billion shillings, according to Chief Justice Martha Koome. And eyes on the county agencies as KDF brings down 11-story building. We saw that in Ombaso yesterday, and the reason that it was being demolished was because it was unstable, not fit to be there, and so it was interesting. It was seeing it come down, and they closed down the area from Nyali on the Links Road and came down, and people can get back to work today.
This isn't the first time we've seen such a thing, but it doesn't happen often enough.
No, it doesn't.
What we hear of is of buildings collapsing.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Now, this particular one, it is good that we have seen it. You see, very few things act as a deterrent more than this. You don't follow the rules, or you do what it is you think you want to do against laid down regulations. Because my heart went out to the owner of that building.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing that happens to you, you're hospitalized.
True.
Then your family prays that you actually get out of a hospital. That is a massive building.
Yes, it was.
11 story?
Yep, 11.
Yeah.
It was. And, it was... They just had to do it because you talk about bringing it down or you jeopardize the safety of people in the very near future.
Yeah.
And then what happens? Yeah, so that was interesting to watch. Look into details of that.
You remember somewhere towards Kasarani?
Yeah.
And Gidrai, rather.
Yes.
Remember there was a tale of a building that was actually sinking as people watched?
Yes.
So you have to wonder, what on earth did that contractor do?
It's all about structural integrity.
Yes, it is all about.
It seems as though it is something that people like to take shortcuts and corners.
People think they can get away with it.
With it, yes.
They do.
Yeah.
Like the concern for human life went out of the window at some point.
Oh, value throughout the window.
Totally.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go to the Daily Nation. And smack in the middle of the paper, Ruto-linked firm wins back 3 billion shillings land. A firm associated with President William Ruto has retained possession of a 1,600-acre parcel in Rwai, Nairobi, after obtaining a court order suspending a decree that handed the vast land to squatters. The company lost ownership of the land in October 2024 after the High Court ruled its papers were not legitimate. Now, how Trump's new trade tariffs will hit Kenyans, farmers and workers in the...
Just wait. This land, the court order was based on documentation that wasn't legitimate.
Yes.
So clearly the papers then became legitimate.
Yeah.
Okay, got to carry on. We will look at it in details.
Yeah. So how Trump's new trade tariffs will hit Kenyans, farmers and workers in the in the textile sector are most of exposed as 10% tariff imposed on the United States on Kenyan goods kicks in, likely disrupting the industry that supports about 18,000 jobs. So they're talking about the EPZs that produce a garment that is sold to the United States of America. KDF led team takes down 11-story condemned building. That is the story that we're just from talking about. And Supreme verdict on killer women. Top court to make a ruling on battered woman syndrome defense. Now we shall be looking at that. That's on page 3. And a day a few years more, minister resigned at Daily Nation offices. That is John Koech, who resigned while at the said media house. Yes, CT.
I am looking at the Business Daily. Top right-hand corner in the live section. This is an interesting one. And the story is about why more women quit corporate jobs to be online taxi drivers.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I didn't know that was the case, but it looks like the story outlines and probably gives us more details. Then there is a quote from Bitangen Demo. The face of competition from the cash-rich Middle East Airlines, KQ needs to invest in emerging technologies to expand operations. Okay, that's what he thinks. Banks face daily fines from June on central bank loan purge. This was the matter of the central bank trying to ensure that banks lower their lending rates. And it looks like the banks decided that they will do exactly what they want. Stanbic to join China Pay System. Stanbic Bank, parent company Standard Bank, plans to join China's global interbank payment system, CIPS, by the end of 2025, hoping to tap the rising inflow of trade and investment from the Asian economic giant. Okay? Nairobi drops in hotel ranking as developers go up country. International developers have shifted a long pipeline of new hotel projects to sites outside Nairobi, and with jobs and growth in favor of the hitherto ignored regions.
Okay.
Workers who lose jobs to economic shocks to get stipend. This is interesting. Workers who lose their jobs in the wake of economic shocks such as the pandemic and recession will receive a monthly state pay if a government-backed bill that seeks to expand the menu of social protection programs is adopted. All right? It's called the Social Protection Bill 2025. And it has proposed that the affected workers be entitled to a monthly stipend similar to those offered to elderly persons with disabilities and persons with disabilities. Bang in the middle of the paper, CBK sees Kenya exports drop as Trump tariffs take effect. But Trump is engaging reverse gear on some of these things.
Yes. Yeah. He actually paused the tariffs for 90 days.
He has actually posed many. There are many things he had said, an absolute and a complete. Now, you see, this is where you have the benefits of systems which work.
Exactly.
You can make your statements, then the system will kick in.
And to say, either hang on or go ahead.
Yes, and the law will kick in. And they will say, sir, yes, we've heard you, but this is what the law says.
Yes.
Okay? There's no argument. There's no for or against. This is the law. Yes. Right. The Central Bank of Kenya has termed the impact of U.S. President Donald Trump's 10% tariff on Kenyan exports as immaterial amid fears of global recession. I don't know what these guys are thinking when they say this. They must understand something that most of us don't. What it means, 100+% tariff on China goods. China then does the same, gives it an 84% tariff. All the chief products that you used to receive from China made to the specifications of the European and American market, gone.
Yes.
Kabisa.
That story, gone.
But you see, yesterday, one interesting thing that happened is because Trump increased the tariffs to around 100%.
100 plus.
104%. And then China reviewed theirs to 84%. But what also happened in the EU, they voted, the 27 member states, they voted on some of the products, especially farm products coming from the US, were also levied on taxes. So that meant the NSC in New York plummeted. So the president didn't have an option but to start rethinking about the war that is ongoing.
I have to ask the question what it is that his plan is, because I refuse to believe that this is just some careless fellow who is just going around madly messing up things. There's a plan behind all this. There's something he hopes to achieve. And that which he hopes to achieve is what I haven't fully grasped.
Yes. Because it doesn't make sense, because you see, all these tariffs is to many countries. If each and every single country decides to slap you with the tariff, it's only one country that will hurt, which is America.
We can't run away from the fact that the character of an individual is going to play into how they work, regardless of what you are, whether you are somebody who's at the bottom of the totem pole, or if you are the president of one of the most powerful nations on the planet. It wouldn't matter. That your character will seep into what you do. He is very hell-bent on this Make America Great Again, and really does feel that the world will pander to the whims of the US, and that you can come and say something and either people will beg, kind of like what we saw happen with Zelensky when he went to visit him, and that you think you can slap tariffs on everybody else and they will essentially beg you to say, please do not. The counter probably is what it was unexpected. That tariff me, I tariff you. It was not expected. What was expected was that everybody would kneel and kiss the ring. The world has changed since the 80s. It would be nice for people to take be cognizant of that fact.
And the simple fact that they need to understand, China has overtaken them.
Exactly.
Yes. And I think as well, if you look at the responses that the world is giving them, and then what is happening back home, because Americans themselves as well are complaining. Yesterday, Senator Bernie Sanders had a meeting with people and telling Americans, all these trade wars that you're seeing is actually hurting you, and Americans are starting to buy into that conversation. So, yeah.
Actually, the first time Trump was president, something interesting happened. I mean, there are many interesting things that happened. But there is the branch of business known as social media. It flourished.
Yes.
False news, fake news, limping news, all sorts of news. Now, the New York Times, which at that time was not limping, it was on its deathbed, there was a craving for credible news.
Yes.
So it rose up from the ashes.
True.
And has continued to rise. Its online subscription surpassed something like 10 million. Now, 10 million, my friend.
It's a lot of million.
People, Ni mingi sana pesa.
Who wanted
they wanted news, credible information.
They would subscribe to that.
Yes, that is why those who are saying that social media must be curbed, there are bounds within which social media, must succumb and must adhere to the rules of law of a country. But to muzzle it is a mistake.
Yes.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see, because we're having that same conversation in Kenya as well at the moment.
Yes.
It is now 28 minutes to 7 o'clock. Let's take a quick break and look at weather and traffic, and then come back and look at these stories in detail.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
At 17 degrees, light rain showers in Nairobi, and it is 15 and partly cloudy into Nakuru, with mostly cloudy conditions at 16 in Nyeri. Clear at 13 in Eldoret, and we're looking into a sunny Mombasa Thursday at 27 currently, and 28 in Malindi. It's 20 and mostly cloudy into Kisumu, with 18 and partly cloudy conditions in Kakamega. Raining in Kampala this morning at 20, with mostly sunny conditions at 25 in Dar es Salaam. Expect to see clear conditions into Johannesburg, currently at 10 degrees, while into Mogadishu will be cloudy through the morning at 27 currently, and it is going to be sunny at 13 in Addis Ababa. Clear at 26 in Lagos, and mostly clear at 24 into Kinshasa. It's a hazy morning, rather afternoon in Beijing at 20, while it's 6 degrees and cloudy in Paris. It's 7 degrees and cloudy into London. It's clear at 6. Wednesday night in New York. Coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 9 and lows of 5.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
A little bit of traffic is forming on the Pangani underpass as we're coming from Survey on the Thika Superhighway. Everywhere else seems to be at a bit of a lull for now. Rather, everything is moving, so we're not going to have any hold up of traffic. Not now. Some hold up on Jogo Road as you go towards Landis. Looks like that's going to be pretty busy as you get towards the Kamkunji and then on to Haile Selassie. Not much happening on Outer Ring. People are getting where they need to go real quick. Eastern Bypass is also moving along smoothly right now. It will clog up as more and more people get onto the roads to this morning. But from now, I think we can get where we're going without too much of an issue. We'll talk in the meantime, though, on SpiceFM KE, on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so let's look into the details of the story. The Speaker of the National Assembly, one Sir Wetangula, yesterday suspended Member of Parliament for 90 days over an altercation. What happened? After more than a day of widespread disrepute, the National Assembly moved to address the viral altercation between two female legislators. As though we cannot focus on other things, East African Legislative Assembly MP Iman Falhada and ODM nominated MP Umulkhair Harun, which occurred on Tuesday. Speaker Moses Wetangula yesterday suspended the Yala MP, former Senator Falhada, after accessing the precincts of Parliament for a period of 90 days. He also ordered that she provide an explanation of what led to the altercation by Monday next week. By Monday next week, tell us why you were fighting. With respect to Falhada, the Yala MP, I note she does not have a platform to address this House. I direct that she explains herself to the Speaker of this House and Chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission in writing by Monday, 5 p.m., April 14th. In the meantime, she is forthwith precluded from accessing the precincts of Parliament, its buildings and facilities for a period of 90 days. Save for the day and time she will deliver her written explanation to the Speaker, in which case she will be accompanied by the Sergeant at Arms, she said.
They fought, eh?
Proper, my brother.
Proper.
Even entering inside the grass, rolling up and down.
There's a clip. How come I haven't seen the clip?
You've not seen the clip?
No, I haven't seen the clip.
Ednah will help you to see the clip.
So
people were rolling around in the grass, fighting. Others' hair were being pulled.
What was this about?
Only God in heaven knows.
Because that sounds a bit vicious, huh?
But
it was. So now let me tell you what happened. Because others who were trying to separate them, I'm sorry, actually did not do a good job. It looked like they were actually egging them on to continue fighting. But the person who stood and filmed this thing from beginning to end, and was even commenting in the back, was no more or no less than a member of Parliament themselves. Okay? Now, when Umulkhair addressed the legislators, she blamed the altercation on the political tensions between herself and Falhada. She explained that on Tuesday afternoon, while on her way to the mosque, she encountered the Yala MP. Then, a colleague from the House later joined them and suggested they have a talk and catch up over an afternoon cup of tea. During our conversation, I inquired about incidents where she had personally attacked and abused me in public forums, as well as extended her verbal insults to my extended family. I was seeking an audience with her to get the truth, not anticipating that she would do what? Throw a cup of tea at me. Are you understanding? The incident blindsided me. I mean, you're just looking like this and suddenly, cup of tea in your face. What was meant to be a normal conversation clearly turned ugly. It became an abnormal conversation. Literally, somebody got the tea.
Became hot,
Honorable Falhada attacked me, and it took the intervention of others to stop her. Okay, I don't know about that, because the intervention looked like it was, please continue fighting for our pleasure.
Well, it's a good thing it was filmed, so we know whether the intervention actually came in or not.
Indeed. Yeah. Honorable Falhada attacked me, and it took the intervention to come in and sort me, leading to the unfortunate incident yesterday afternoon. But having said that, I sincerely apologize to this House and the public for the incident and deeply regret what happened. She said, in my 28 years of life, I have never been involved in any fight, and I feel bad for what happened yesterday. I apologize to my aggressor, Falhada, for the uncalled for attack against myself and my family. My oath of office requires me to walk away, even when justified to respond. So, one came and asked her, you've been talking about me in public. I don't like what you've been doing. What is it? You've even insulted me, and then you've insulted my family. The other one said, what? Took tea. Shwa. Kunywa chai kilazima. Then they said, onto the grass and rolled away. And somebody was filming it the whole time and even commenting, wacha wapigane.
That's a member of Parliament.
Yes.
We don't know the constituency from whence this particular lawmaker comes from.
It is difficult for us to know whence the lawmaker
is. It's not difficult. We just don't want to know. I personally do not want to know.
Yeah, we know. We could tell from the voice.
We could tell from the voice who it was, but come on.
You know, that man doesn't know that by filming it and by commenting, he has told us volumes. How long did that fight last exactly?
Look at them. Look, what is this?
Goodness gracious me.
Yeah, it took a minute. Yeah. Why?
You know.
Others' hair is being pulled out. Others are lying on top of each other.
And there were men who were watching this thing.
There were men watching and filming it. This was in the lawns.
Yeah, because this is the other side of Parliament, close to the cafeteria.
Exactly.
So it's just outside the cafeteria.
And people are sitting there having...
You may have no idea where the cafeteria is.
Okay.
Oh.
I also have no idea where the lawn is.
Okay.
I've never been to Parliament.
But essentially, what that would mean is that there are people there because it's a usually very busy area. People are having a cup of tea.
This is extremely unfortunate.
It is very sad that this is the kind of thing that we should be seeing happening when members of Parliament. Then, people had started making comments yesterday. And another one was saying, now me, who was fighting for gender parity and the 2/3 gender, now they start to say, you see, when we give you power, look at what you do. That is where the conversation went yesterday.
It went there.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, but you know something? Okay, they fought. There clearly is an issue. Now it is that issue.
Yeah.
And this one, for it to get to this stage, that thing had been festering for a while.
It had been festering. I mean, even for the person who was recording this, I mean, I'll now speak as a Muslim, but when you look at a woman covering themselves, you're not supposed to show their hair. So when you're recording such things and you realize that at some point someone's hair has been shown, I mean, the respectful thing to do is to not share it, just to respect them for who they are. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot you can pick up from this video, from the fact that you are a man, you're seated there, not trying to help the situation. You're recording someone against...
That fellow, I'm seeing this for the first time, but that fellow was definitely not helping anything.
No, he wasn't.
He was being entertained.
He was being entertained, actually.
Properly. There was some chuckling that was happening also while he was commenting. So, I mean, we should not have this kind of thing. It should not. It shouldn't.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's talk about this land in Roy. Yeah, a farm associated with President William Ruto has retained possession of 1,643 acres in Roy, Nairobi, after obtaining a court order suspending a decree that handed the vast land to squatters. Rent on the farm embroiled in a protracted legal dispute with squatters over ownership of the property, valued at 13 billion shillings, lost ownership of the land in October 2024 after the High Court ruled its papers were not legitimate. However, the company, previously linked to the prominent persons, including President Ruto, has moved to the Court of Appeal seeking to reverse the High Court's decision to dismiss its claim to the property that has been for years shrouded in mystery. The firm Wednesday secured orders to continue occupying the land. Its lawyers said the company had been in possession of the suit property all along, despite the verdict ordering it to vacate and to lock out the squatters. Now, pending determination of the appeal, Environment and Lands Court Judge Anne Abongo Omolo has suspended execution of the decree dated October 3rd, 2024 for a period of 18 months. This means the thousands of squatters who are looking up to occupy the land will continue staying away and the company will continue using the piece of land. Yeah, so pretty much, yes, City, as you're asking, the High Court found that the papers that the firm had were not legitimate papers, but the Court of Appeal has said, the way we are seeing, let the firm continue using that land whichever way they wish. As the matter continues, the squatters need to stay away. So,
These land issues are the bane of our existence in this country, and they will arise. The unfortunate thing is that people who perpetrate wrongdoing with the understanding that they'll get away have short memories.
Yeah.
You won't. It may appear to take a while, but that while comes to an end.
Yeah.
Yes, and then the stark reality of light has to be faced. The law doesn't sleep.
It doesn't.
Even when it appears like it's not working, It's working. It's just working slowly.
It is working.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Because you see, when you talk about matters to do with land, who is the custodian of information and the data on matters land? It is the government.
It's the government.
So that means if you
they
need
even
to
have a ministry for it.
If you need to address anything about land, all you need to do is to go back to the history records and determine who is the rightful owner of the piece of land. And here we see a situation where a farm and the squatters are embroiled in a problem. Perhaps the government could get in and just take both sides through ADR and agree on how to move forward using this, because then again, remember, the land belongs to the people of Kenya in extent. The state knows who's the owner of the land.
They know. They
do. I refuse to say that the state does not know who owns that land and cannot participate in this matter.
There's a community of Kenyans called the Ogiek.
Mm-hmm.
They have had land issues for a very long time.
Yes.
Traditionally, they were the inhabitants of the Mau forest.
Yes.
That was their home. Now, the matters haven't been resolved fully. They're just silent.
Mm.
And because it's a small community, it is assumed that that matter doesn't matter. It does.
It does.
For every individual who has grievances that haven't been resolved, man, it is one grievance too many.
Mm.
Yes.
Ogiek were kicked out of the Mau, actually.
They were. It was their land. And were they compensated? Not that I know of. Not that I know of.
I have a friend who's Ogiek, lived and pretty much just grew up in the forest. As we speak today, they've been kicked out of the Mau, and she doesn't know where to go, because the only place she knows is Mau.
Yeah,
she knows how to. She has beehives deep in the forest. They've taken care of that forest. They know how to protect the trees. They know how the medicinal value of Mau to their community. And right now that they're kicked out, they don't know how
if
to
they were
proceed.
kicked out and alternative land was found for them, the discussion would be different.
Yeah.
When they're kicked out so that somebody else can own that land, now that is absolutely just sinful. It is wrong.
It is.
They're kicked
It is
out.
wrong.
They're kicked out so that we can start trading in carbon credits.
Yeah, but they were contributing to those credits.
In the first place.
Yes.
They're protectors of Mau.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you think the Amazon has survived for as long as it has?
There are people within the forest
Yes.
who are essentially making sure that the forest remains the forest.
Yes, and they've lived there all their lives. Yes, that is home. Yes. Anyway.
Give us story, CT.
Judge Onyengo raises alarm on crisis of defilement in 3 northern counties. This is a story on page 2 of the Star. Garissa High Court Judge John Onyengo has expressed concern over the increasing cases of defilement in northeastern. He said courts in Garissa, Wajir and Mandera have recently been hearing of a high number of defilement cases. Justice Onyengo said many convicted youths were serving long sentences in jail after being found guilty of engaging in the vice. This is a very big concern to us as a judiciary, that most of the youth who are in prison is as a result of defiling children below the age of 18. It is something that needs to be looked into by all stakeholders. Speaking in Wajir during a tour of supervision of the lower courts, Onyengo, while reiterating the important role played by a traditional way of solving dispute, that is masla, and said that there were cases that cannot be solved through that mechanism. While you really commend the traditional mechanism as a way of resolving disputes in the community, I want to reiterate that we have cases like defilement, rape, terrorism, murder, FGM, and subjecting young girls to early marriages, which should never go through that mechanism because the law does not allow for this. You see, you can have the law, but if the people who are supposed to relate with this law don't understand it, they will continue ignoring it because it doesn't resonate
with them.
No, it doesn't. It is difficult, but one must understand where it is that traditions and the laws as we have them now intersect. And infinitely more effort must be made to understand why it is that the laws that we are speaking of are better. Communities where 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds are married still exist in this country. A girl who is of 17 years of age in some communities, that's a woman who should be married. So how do you get this community to understand that a 16-year-old is a child and cannot be married off? These are things that are difficult, but they must be faced head on, because so long as people do not align themselves or this law does not relate to them, and there is yet another law that takes precedence over how they think and function, this problem will not end.
It won't. It won't.
It's like if I wear a traditional garb of the Maasai community and have a sword, no one bothers me.
Yes.
However,
if a sword is found in my car, well,
you're a criminal.
I will explain things until I froth at the mouth. Now, you see, I like that tradition and I understand even allowing for it. So why don't you extend me the same courtesy?
I like the way you adjusted your jacket. For goodness sake. Yes.
But you see now, as we speak now on that specific matter now, when you come up with the law that now decriminalizes the Maasai from having their swords, then comes the conversation of, we don't know what it is you're talking about because the law that you're bringing does not relate to us, but somehow you need to make them understand.
You allow people to sell you rungus. Nice crafted rungus with
Beautiful.
a tip.
Beautiful ones.
That thing is an instrument of destruction.
It is.
Not necessarily mass, it's one by one, but it can cause you serious harm. All I'm saying is this, look, there are traditions that we had, and the laws we have are beautiful. But a little time must be taken to get people to not just accommodate, but to understand and internalize them. So, you see, someone has to see the benefit of the law.
Yes.
Otherwise, they will not bother with it.
Absolutely. You have to see that it's working. You don't see that it's working, you're going to say, okay, we're going to take this thing, we're going to toss it in the bin. Because what's it there for? You have to actually see that it works. And that there are instances through which it can. If not, then it is a useless piece of legislation. Something which is a piece, let's look into this, shall we? It seems that things happen at night. One of those things that happens at night is that you can bar a author from seeing his actors at the camp where they are for the National Drama Festivals. What am I talking about? Echoes of War is a play or drama that has been penned by former Senator of Kakamega, one Cleophas Malala. Okay?
Former UDASG.
Former many things. Former UDA Secretary General.
Even former MP.
Even former member of Parliament.
He's actually my former drama lecturer.
So he's a guy for drama.
Yeah.
It's not, he didn't start this thing yesterday. Do you see where I'm going with this? So, and dramas have been done in the past. 2025 is not the first year of the National Drama Festivals. Am I right?
You're absolutely right.
Thank you very much.
It has been here for the longest of time.
Thank you. Yes.
It's not the first time.
It's not the first time. And others have written plays before. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. These plays that are taking place now, Butere girls have been in the drama festivals before. Yes?
And performing very well.
Many times before. Many. And they have performed well, actually.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not the first run of the rodeo.
No.
Sawa, watch and it can be a story.
Story come.
There was an altercation between police and Cleophas Malala, the former Secretary General of UDA, in Kirobon Girls Secondary School in Rongai, Nakuru County. What? Officers prevented him from accessing students from Butere Girls Secondary School who were camping at the school. Why? The Butere Girls students are in Nakuru County to participate in the 63rd, remember we said it's not the first time, National Drama and Film Festivals. Their play titled Echoes of War had been banned by the state. However, the High Court ruled that the students and Malala, who is the scriptwriter, should be allowed to attend the event in Nakuru. In what appeared to be an attempt at arrest, DCI officers stopped Malala from leaving Kirobon Girls' premises where the students were rehearsing. The play, which was banned from being performed following a directive from State House, has stirred controversy due to its content, which is seen as critical of the current administration. In a ruling delivered on Tuesday, Justice Winfrida Okwany directed Chief Principal Jennifer Omondi to ensure the immediate participation of 50 students, their teachers, and the playwright in the national event. So all this story at you won't participate. You see, that thing about the law, the system, the law comes in and says, hold up. They must participate.
Yes.
Not only them, but their teachers, their handlers, including the person who wrote the script. The person who wrote the script is who?
Malala.
Thank you, please. So when he went to the premises yesterday and they attempt to arrest him, were they contravening the law? Yes, because the court had given a what? Order that he should be allowed to do what? Attend.
So did he serve the order? Yes,
he did. Malala argued that it was unfair to block students from rehearsing a play that had invested time in. The students had earlier been released to go home and haven't had enough time to practice. It is unfair to allow other students to perform while those from Butere Girls are not allowed to. He further stated that political influence should not interfere with students who are simply performing a play. So now you want to ask, is this all about the National Drama Festivals? Is it about girls performing in a play? Is it about a playwright? Or does it have everything to do with the former UDA Secretary General and messages in the script? Thank you, please.
Question is, this drama, who's hurt? Who's being addressed?
Surely girls
who do
performing drama at the National Drama Festivals. What's the problem?
What's the problem?
50 girls performing a drama, sending out messages. Ameguza wapi?
If there is any messaging or communication that has been done through plays, and which has been the case, I mean, thespians have done that before. Perhaps it's a point for us to retrospect, to sit back and understand what is being communicated. I mean, it's not the first time. But then again, is it political? Because why would DCI officers go arrest Malala, who has court orders, even serves the DCI outside the gates, telling them, I have a court order which allows me to go be with my students, but the DCI decides, a court order, karatasi.
You know what happens with, you must understand how discipline forces work. When an order is given, the task that is upon you is not to go around reasoning with it.
How does this order look?
No. Who issued it, first of all?
Who issued the order?
The judge.
What does it say?
Okay, let's call him first and
ask him if he's sure.
It's not. If they didn't work on or function in that principle, the discipline forces would not work.
Okay.
Yes.
It would be a debating society. Why don't we look for an example?
I want to actually bring in somebody who is in Nakuru right now, one of our reporters who's on the ground. I want him to tell us what's going on.
Please
right
go ahead.
Right
yes. No, that is a perfect yes.
Shall we do that?
Yes.
Let's do so.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine.
Right now you're at Kiberon. You're at Kiberon.
Still camping here. Not at Kirobon. We are actually at Melvin Jones School where the plays are being performed.
All right, Kennedy. Kennedy's our reporter. He's there on ground. And just tell us what's going on and what happened last night and getting into this morning.
Yeah, yesterday night, Senator Malala, former Senator Malala, who is the playwright for Echoes of War, was attempting to engage the students who are to perform the play at Kirobon Girls. Unfortunately, he was blocked by the police from accessing that school, and as he was turning back, they blocked his vehicle with 7 other police vehicles and demanded that he gets out of his car so that they could arrest him. Unfortunately, Malala locked himself inside his car from 5 p.m. until way past 9 p.m. That is when the police forced us as journalists away from that site so that we could not film the kind of arrest that was done there. It was done in a very short period because they immediately we left, we started seeing their vehicles leaving, and immediately former Senator Malala's vehicle also left that place.
Kennedy,
And,
do you know the
actually-
reason why DCI essentially were attempting to arrest him?
Well, they couldn't even articulate the reason why they were trying to arrest him, because those are questions that we were asking them. Malala was also asking them those questions. He was presenting the officers with the court order, but they ignored it. They were very senior officers from the DCI, Rongai, and also some of them from Njoro. And they said that they had instruction to ensure that he leaves that place arrested. And they could not actually give the exact reason for the arrest that they were conducting.
Okay, so final question to you, Kennedy, is that we know that play is supposed to, it will be performed today. Do we know that Malala will be allowed back onto the premises and that the drama will actually be performed today?
At the moment, Malala is still being held at Nakuru Central Police Station. The students who are to perform are still at Kirobon Girls High School. And at the school here at Melvin Jones, where they are supposed to come and perform, there is very heavy police presence. We have police in anti-riot gear who have ensured that only students, not even the people who had turned up to watch the play, are being allowed inside the school. Only students who are performing and officials of the drama festival are being allowed inside the school. That means the play might be performed later in the day if that happens, but it may not happen in the public eye. That means this is something that will slip away. The performance may never come to the public.
Kennedy Gashohi, thank you so much for sharing this with us, our reporter in Nakuru County at this moment. Thanks for sharing that information with us this morning, Asante.
Thank you.
And that's what it looks like, folks.
Well, it looks like we've opened a new chapter, haven't we?
I'm telling you, it doesn't get any better. It just gets better and better every day, doesn't it?
Right.
Good morning. It is 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Nakuru Journalists Association has condemned last evening's incident where police allegedly tear-gassed and manhandled journalists covering the attempted arrest of former UDA Secretary General Okello Malala. Police officers blocked Malala from accessing Kirobon Girls Secondary School, where he was to supervise rehearsals for the play Echoes of War, a student production by Butere Girls High School slated to feature in the ongoing 63rd National Drama and Film Festivals. The officers proceeded to fire multiple tear gas canisters toward members of the press who'd gathered to report on the unfolding events. 6 journalists were injured and their equipment damaged. Nakuru Journalists Association has termed the incident as a threat to media freedom and demanded investigations and disciplinary action from IPOA and the Interior Ministry. KTN's Ken Gashui was reporting live when tension flared.
Echoes of War is a controversial play that was written by former Senator Cleophas Malala. At the moment, Mr. Malala is here. He was trying to access Kirobon Girls High School here, where the students from Butere High School were trying. Here is the tear gas. Move. Songeni, guys. Just watch out. Sorry for that. This is what is happening actually here. But we are still watching out to see. Watch out.
At the same time, Malala protested against the attempted arrest that has sparked outrage, particularly over the reported deployment of a contingent of police officers.
Imefika mali Kenya mnaniarrest because naandika play. Marubu. Nakuja na polisi 50. Nimefanya makosa gani? Kuandika. You are arresting me because of writing a play. What offense have I committed? What mistake have I committed? Tell me, Marubu. When DCIO, niambie. DCIO, mnatumika kuarrest mtu ameandika play. Ama nimefanya makosa gani?
Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has criticized Malala's alleged attempted arrest, describing the incident as a dangerous escalation in the suppression of artistic expression and civic critique. The family of Kenyan police officer Benedict Kabiru, who went missing in Haiti 2 weeks ago, is expected to appear at Vigilance House for counseling today. It comes days after conflicting reports emerged over Kabiru's fate, with the Haitian authorities claiming he was killed and his body held by gang members. The family spokesperson Daniel Ndungu said they were bracing for potentially devastating news. Ndungu said close family members were instructed by government officials to report to the National Police headquarters here in Nairobi this morning. He said the officials told them that the means of transport would be provided, but they did not give further details on the purpose of the meeting. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has warned judicial officers who are allegedly involved in aiding land-grabbing activities in Kilifi County as its tour of the coast region enters day 4. Speaking to journalists on Wednesday, Murkomen blamed some judicial officers for issuing conflicting and suspicious court orders during land disputes, saying their conduct has fueled confusion and injustice. He announced that he'll be engaging Chief Justice Martha Koome over the matter.
Part of the problems here is sometimes our judicial officers compound the problem when it comes to land issues by either issuing conflicting court orders or sometimes issuing, for example, an order on adverse possession. In law, when you give an order on adverse possession, you are trying to say a person was living in a particular place for a long period of time, and in this case, for over 10 years. But you find one person is issued with adverse possession for 5 persons. That is unheard of. It is an outright act of corruption. And I'm happy in the past some judicial officers have been disciplined by causing this confusion. And I believe that in the National Administration of Justice, these complaints that are raised by citizens shall be escalated to the Chief Justice, and working together, we should be able to deal with land issues here.
King Charles and Queen Camilla have had a private meeting with Pope Francis at the Vatican, where he wished them a happy 20th wedding anniversary. In a statement released by Buckingham Palace, the King and Queen said they were delighted the Pope was well enough to host them and to have had the opportunity to share their best wishes in person. The meeting came after previous plans for the couple to meet the Pontiff in a state visit to the Vatican were postponed because of the Pope's ill health. That's the news. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, getting into Thursday proper, there is a lot of traffic coming in on the Eastern Bypass and then in and outbound right around the Cabanas interchange. That's happening. Some of that finding its way towards Outer Ring. The rest of it going on North Airport Road out in that direction. So that's busy. Jogo Road is busy. You're coming through towards Landis with a lot of traffic. And also then on Haile Selassie, in and outbound traffic is quite busy. There is traffic coming off of Thika Superhighway, coming in hot from Githurai, and that's inching its way through towards the Pangani underpass. Traffic on Limuru Road has also begun. We wait until about this time for everything to just start popping. We're going to take a look at this and see what happens in about half an hour. Keep us abreast of what's going on in your neck of the woods as we keep things moving this morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 7 minutes after 7, where are you tuned in to Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday, the 10th of April? And we are getting into our Justice Thursday conversation, whether you're on our live streams or on Facebook, on YouTube and on X, and joining us on KTN this morning. Great to have you in this Situation Room. And as we get into Justice Thursday, let me tell you about something that you may not have heard about, and in terms of its operations, but that is why we are here to then be able to open up about some of these things. Our Justice Thursday conversation today will border around the role of communications and multimedia appeals tribunal in enhancing access to justice. We talk about access to justice and we talk about enhancing it as one of the roads that the Chief Justice took. And to help us out with that conversation this morning is the Honourable Rosemary Kuria, who's the chairperson of the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal. Has been here before, but happy to have you here as well this morning. Good morning.
Morning to you, and thank you for having me again.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Karibu sana.
Asante, asante.
Let's welcome you to the Situation Room, as CT normally does, with a proverb. He'll tell you where it's from, and then you can tell us what your interpretation of that is.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Zimbabwe, formerly known as Rhodesia, after a certain infamous gentleman by the name of Cecil Rhodes. We've been saying this since the beginning of the week, that this country is probably one of the richest countries on the planet, if you're talking about mineral resources and natural resources. But unfortunately, it mirrors the life and the mirror of Africa by being a country where all the resources that are available do not help the livelihood of the ordinary citizen. A few seem to benefit from it. So it's like they have this wealth, but because of the political situation the country has been in, it somehow doesn't trickle down. And the country and the people continue to suffer. It is a tragedy. Africa is probably one of the richest continents on earth. And yet we have some of the poorest people on the planet. The proverb, don't throw out the old pot until you have the tinker make you a new one. Tinker is a person who
tinkers about,
who tinkers about and makes a pot or a sufuria or what are those Chinese bowl-like things that people use for frying things?
Wok.
Yes, wok. That's a tinker.
Yeah.
Yes. What do you think this proverb means?
Just say it again so that
I will say it again.
Yes.
Don't throw out the old pot until you have the tinker make you a new one.
City, you have talked about the problems on our continent.
Yes.
And I would be thinking that would be saying that it is possible that to adopt systems from other places and test the systems before we are ready, before we could move towards a new direction, or maybe probably there are things that we have that have been working, and instead of, we can even jump to adopt what other people are bringing to us before we have established that what we have isn't working. So I think it would be premature to believe that we must adopt something else from other people when our systems are probably working. They are not even broken.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
You've interpreted it. In fact, you've given it very good context. Thank
Indeed.
you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
So it is Justice Thursday. We're looking at some of these things. Enhancing access to justice is around the conversations that we've had, for, a number of years now. And being able to look at this, really then how are we bringing, justice and the information of it to, people on the ground so you can actually access it. And today we're doing this in relation to the role of the Communication and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal. To start off, that this tribunal exists for a lot of people is news. So we would like to know a little bit about the tribunal and why it was set up in the first place before we go into, more details of it.
Thank you, Ndu. I think before we even get to talk about the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal, I'd like to let our people know that my appearance today is also part of a countdown to a launch of a secretariat in the Western region for the Office of the Registrar of Tribunals. And we are taking this opportunity as we move towards the launch, which will take place in May in Kisumu, that we continue to tell our people what tribunals are, so that we lay a context for the launch. Now, when we come to the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal, the communications, and we call it CAMAT, it is established under the Kenya Information and Communications Act, and it has two key jurisdictions. And when you talk about jurisdictions, we are talking about the court's mandate to hear decisions. That's what jurisdiction is talking about. And when you talk about jurisdiction, you also talk about the scope. So you talk about the topic and also the scope. And as far as the scope of our tribunal is concerned, it is set up to hear complaints against in relation to media. When persons believe that media enterprises have infringed on their rights, they can come to our tribunal. But I need to be quick to add that that jurisdiction does not include the ability to issue compensation, because I know for a fact that most people, when they are grieved, they desire to be compensated. So most of the times what we are allowed to do is probably demand, order that a party, for instance, a media enterprise retracts maybe an offensive publication, probably what else? And if a violation against a person is egregious enough, probably they can be fined up to 20 million. So that is one jurisdiction. The next jurisdiction is in relation to appeals. And I think when we were here, I still said, and I think I would repeat that I see that as the core jurisdiction of our tribunal. we also hear appeals from decisions made by the regulator, and the regulator is the Communications Authority of Kenya. We also have jurisdiction to hear appeals from decisions made by the Media Council of Kenya. So, and those decisions relate to telecommunications. So there are decisions relating to the telecommunications companies, the telcos, the media enterprises, and postal and courier services. So that is the breadth, the scope within which those decisions will be made as far as appeals are concerned. And those decisions will be in relation to licensing, whether due process was followed. That is normally the major complaint. That, for instance, that a license was revoked without giving the party, maybe a media or a telco, an opportunity to be heard. So that is the general landscape of what we'll be dealing with as far as appeals are concerned.
Why was it important to have a tribunal around this sector, around communications and multimedia? And to say that, was there so much that was going on? There's so much in terms of, grievances, that it was important to have this sector then looked into.
I think I would not necessarily say that. I wouldn't say that there's necessarily a huge, tsunami of cases coming from that area. But I think what we have found is that I think there has been a desire to ensure that you have sector-specific courts, because sometimes some sectors are so specialized that you want to create a court that hears those cases specifically, so that they are able to develop very, very specific jurisprudence. And when you talk about jurisprudence, you are really referring to a philosophy of law concerning a particular sector. For instance, you get, and you have it in environment, you'll have it in aviation, you'll have in competition. So we are trying to create, because what will normally happen is that when a court like our tribunal continuously hears cases from a specific area, they develop a robustness around it, so that at the end of the day, and since the people who are coming to our tribunal bring similar cases over and over again, then we are able to develop a very, very strong jurisprudence and a very, very well-informed one, because the people who are coming to us are from a very, very specific sector. And if you think about, for instance, the telecommunications sector, it's a highly dynamic sector. It's continuously new issues arising. I think it's important to have a tribunal that hears cases quickly, because they need to be heard quickly, because new issues are coming up. In fact, I don't know whether I mentioned here the last time that there's a case we had, and by the time we were hearing it, everything had become obsolete. New issues had emerged. So it is important, for instance, as far as the telecommunication, our tribunal is concerned, that we are able, that cases come to us and we hear them very quickly, so that we don't get caught up, because there are new and emerging areas coming up, especially in the telecommunication sector. And I believe even also in media, because there are even new players. For instance, you have the legacy media, but there are also other media coming out there, and there are also the questions: who regulates the people who are having their podcasts, the ones, we have all sorts of experts and pundits cropping up every day, and who is regulating that kind of information? So I think it's important, therefore, we have CAMAT, because if it is properly empowered, then it will be in a position to be able to address all of these emerging issues. Yes.
Why regulate? Why must we regulate? Why is it important to regulate?
I think it's regulate because every system is subject to abuse. For instance, when you're talking about an authority like communication authority and other public agencies, there is always the risk of the exercise of arbitrary power. anybody.
And their 10 cousins.
When they talk about power corrupting, I don't think it speaks to the inherent corruptness of our people or corruption in our people. I think it's a worldwide that any system is subject to abuse. There is you talk about arbitrary decision making. For instance, you can find that, for instance, supposing a decision is made by the authority as far as KTN is concerned, but when it is another media enterprise, they come with a completely different decision. So we want to ensure there is a fair playing ground. So regulation serves to ensure to prevent excesses.
So that is why we have the law. So much as you have rights and you have freedoms,
yes,
they are within the law.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So the freedoms exist.
Yes.
But they are not entirely absolute, so that you have the freedom to do exactly what you want. It doesn't quite work that way, does it?
It doesn't work that. And you remember what Martin Luther King Jr. says, that your freedom ends where my nose begins. So it's a question of ensuring that there are limits. There are limits to exercise of power and authority, because it's always prone to abuse. I think that's a given.
Yeah. So if I have a matter that I need to be handled by your tribunal, one would ask, what's the process?
The process now for our tribunal, and most of tribunals, we have an e-filing. We file. We don't do paper. So there's an e-filing process. So we do have. So there is a CTA, a case tracking system that has been established by the judiciary. So all you do is as you prepare your documents, you prepare your complaint or your appeal, and then you create an account within the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal platform, and then now you are able to upload the documents, and then immediately you upload them, and you'll have already, of course, input all your details and whatnot, and then the party you're suing. It is automatic. It's in real time, if I would say so. The filing fee, which is normally quite conservative, is assessed. Then you are able to pay the comfort of your M-Pesa, and then the case is received. If it comes, once it is received, the tribunal, that is myself, and we have 6 members, we are alerted, then we are able to quickly issue directions. So we are able to see whether, for instance, if that case has been filed with a prayer or a desire for interim orders, that is orders, for instance, to try and arrest a situation. So we are able to give a quick decision saying stop this before we hear the case, and we give directions for hearing. Okay. Yes.
So at the tribunal, you're actually suing someone, isn't it? That's what actually is happening. It's just that it's not in court, but it's at the tribunal.
It is. It's a tribunal. It's actually. I know there's always been this discussion concerning tribunals, whether they are courts.
Yes.
I think that is now properly well established.
Yes.
If you look at Article 159 of the Constitution, it's very, very clearly that judicial authority is vested in courts and tribunals.
Okay.
And then when you go to Article 159 1D of a constitution, it says that subordinate courts include Cathy's courts, court martials, and tribunals.
Okay.
So they are right smack right in the middle of the judiciary. And I think maybe it's good to also alert our people that actually in 2018, a case was filed, a public interest litigation was filed, which is petition 197 2018, contesting the fact that tribunal members are ordinarily appointed by the executive.
Yes.
And somebody was saying tribunals are under the judiciary and there should be a separation of powers. And the court in, I think, 2021 affirmed that position. And then an appeal was filed from that decision. And in February of this year, the High Court affirmed that position, that tribunals are actually the exercise judicial authority, contrary to
so
some...
the appellate court also affirmed it?
Yes, the appellate court, the Court of Appeal, I think. Yeah, that was in February.
Okay, so then essentially I am suing somebody if I bring them before the tribunal.
Yes.
All right. So what are some of the cases that we see in terms of character of these cases, and what would you see that would happen, that somebody would come before the tribunal? Slander, misuse of...
We have had... I can remember now one, that one was even filed by a party who was not represented. And I think if I can remember the facts of the case was that in one of the newspapers, there was this notice, a public notice saying, take notice that Ndu does no longer work for the Standard Limited, something like that.
Yes.
And was saying anybody who has anything, who wants to know, they can contact us. So of course there was an implication that there was something fishy that had gone around it.
Yes.
And what was very interesting was that so they came to us. I don't want to go into the details of the case, but you could see the distress in the party, because ultimately what they were interested in was compensation. And we couldn't do that. But that would be one of the cases under the complaint. I know there was another case, a complaint as well, where a report concerning a certain public figure concerning some marital dispute and child custody, whatnot, and ultimately the tribunal found that that publication was a violation of a child's rights, because the identity of both parents was so well known that it was causing the children to be taunted and whatnot in court. So the court our tribunal actually fined that media enterprise for that. So that would be on the complaint side.
Okay.
As far as the appeals are concerned, most of the appeals that are brought before us largely are on the question of whether due process was followed.
Okay.
Because if you are going to come up with a decision that is adverse to a licensee of the regulator, then the regulator must follow the dictates of the Fair Administrative Action Act, which talks about giving person notice before you take that adverse action. And what has been very interesting is that on most occasions we have found that even if that decision might have been correct, the fact that due process was not followed invalidates the decision, irrespective of its merits or not.
So we're not looking at the outcomes, but you're looking at the channels through which these things was done. And I think it's important for us to look at the issues, because it's essentially what makes up the reasons why somebody would come to a tribunal or not, for them to understand what happens. So if we're talking about due process issues as one of the major things that comes before the tribunal, most times, if you look at a case where somebody was dismissed for whatever reason, but they were not given notice, like you say, due process, how then do you rule for this person to go back to the place where there's this animosity already? Because these are the things that somebody would think, okay, fine, if due process was not followed, how about you compensate me, instead of now saying that I be reinstituted back to the organization. And that would then hinge on whether I bring my case before the tribunal or not. So, or does it really depend case to case? There's no one blanket way in which you adjudicate over these things.
Yeah, because the fact of the matter is that a tribunal is moved. So you only deal with the facts that are placed before you and the questions that a party agitate before you. But maybe back to the point of procedure, is like justice is also about process. You may get a positive decision, but in a process that could be said to be almost illegitimate. Maybe in the sense that maybe the judge was unfair to you, and that happens a lot. Maybe you are not given enough time to answer the pleadings. The decision may be correct ultimately,
yes,
but there's still an infringement of your right to access justice in a comfortable manner.
Okay.
Because justice is also about the process. The process is because it says that justice must not only be done, but it must be seen to be done. So that at the end of the day, even if the authority could have arrived at the same decision, but they didn't give you an opportunity to answer the charges or the complaints that they have against you, then it is still an irregular decision.
Okay, so two people are in this room, and I mean, we can be honest, right? We can have these conversations and be very clear about what we are saying.
Yeah.
That two people are sitting in this room. We've given them a platform in the Situation Room to talk about issues.
Yeah.
And because it's one of the examples that you gave. So we have no control over the words that are going to come out of the mouths of these two people.
Yes.
We've given them a platform to.
Yeah.
We are not prophetic. We don't know what they're going to say.
Yeah.
As a result of them being here for 1 hour and having this conversation, things have been said.
Yeah.
Emotions have risen, whatever has happened. And then somebody says the platform upon which this conversation was had is the one then should be liable for any kind of damage that was done. Where do we come in here if somebody now brings us before the tribunal and says, now you have a case to answer? I could not control what these two people said.
Well, the way I could look at it, okay, yours is a little more grey because some of the ones we have had are outrightly, you could almost see it. For instance, I think we've had situations where a media enterprise, I think one of the cases, invites what they were calling a sexologist to come and talk stuff.
Okay.
And that information is transmitted during
what is not watershed.
Yes, outside the watershed hours of 5 a.m. and I think 10 p.m. Then that one, it is so obvious, and you are saying you invited this person, you could have foreseen the content. You knew the topic. I think now this other one, you still be held liable in the sense that, for instance, if in a newspaper you report what is clearly a defamatory material, of course there is also opportunity giving people a right of reply. So there's all that. And I think the programming code then would give the details as to what should happen. If, for instance, if somebody is saying something that's defamatory, then probably you should also invite the other person to answer, to give a reply, and a correction is made in the same prominence that publication was made. But I think maybe each case should be looked at on its own merits, because it is possible also you can the media enterprise could be the one that is egging the interview into a particular direction, and they can see what the outcome of this discussion will be. So then that could be said to be liable to the extent that it is quite clear. When you look at the transcript, you can see they were setting up the person to
say a certain thing or to go in a certain direction.
If I may ask, who exactly is permitted to come to the tribunal? Who comes to the tribunal? What do I need? What do I need to be aggrieved about? What conflict must I have and experience in order for me to come to your tribunal?
If you're coming to appeal from a decision of the of the authority, on most occasions you will be a licensee. So you might be a provider of courier services, postal services. You might be a media enterprise or a telecommunication services provider. Those will be typically the people who bring those cases.
So if my neighbor keeps parking in my parking slot, I can't come to you?
No,
you can't come to the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal. We are having a conversation this morning with the Honourable... My goodness, CT. The Honourable Rosemary Courier is the chairperson of the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal. This is our Justice Thursday conversation for today. We're going to ask some questions when we come back, because the nitty-gritty of this is the reason why people will or will not come to the tribunal based on information that they have. And then if things that you report coming from a media and communications platform are based on truth and fact, because we know that they're not the same thing, neither are they mutually exclusive, truth and fact, can you then still be held liable? Those are some of the things that we'll be talking about when we come back. Our Justice Thursday conversation is around the role of communications and multimedia appeals tribunal in enhancing access to justice. It's 26 minutes to 8. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
It is a rainy morning in Nairobi. It is 17 degrees. It's partly sunny at 16 in Nakuru and 17 and cloudy conditions in Nyeri. 15 and sunny into Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 27. Malindi is sunny at 28. And we're looking into a cloudy Kisumu at 21 with a partly sunny Kakamega at 19 degrees. It's also raining heavily in Kampala at 19, with Dar es Salaam giving sunny conditions through Thursday morning. 10 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, with temperatures dropping, going towards winter. And Mogadishu at 28 is partly sunny. 14 degrees and sunny in Addis Ababa, with mostly clear conditions in Lagos at 27, and it's mostly clear in Kinshasa at 24.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, a busy morning with traffic. Still looking at it this morning as we get off the Thika Superhighway. There will be quite some of that as you then approach the Pangani underpass, but all manageable for now. A little bit of traffic starting to form as you come off of Langata Road. Part of it will go towards Rilo Dinga Way, the rest of it towards Aerodrome, and we're trying to get onto Uhuru Highway towards Haile Selassie without too much of a scratch, but there's inbound traffic, outbound traffic on Haile Selassie. That's busy. Jago Road is also building as you go towards Landis, and the Thika Superhighway is crazy with 2 A's. And there's traffic coming in from Githurai, so that's doing the thing this morning. We're going to keep an eye on all of it. Hopefully we can keep it moving. Let's talk Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 24 minutes to 8 o'clock, the chairperson of the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal, the Honourable Rosemary Courier, is our guest this hour, and looking at some of these details that in court, because we said that access to justice then can be established or realised through courts and tribunals. And in court, you can have private citizens coming forward with petitions. You can have anybody really bring a case before court. Government can come before court with a case. At a tribunal where coming to the tribunal where somebody feels seriously aggrieved over something, it could even be government. Can government bring a private entity to a tribunal?
I've not seen a situation where government has required to come to us. Because the nature of the people who will have been aggrieved are either private enterprise or individuals. So government has not required to come to us. I think because of the scope of what we deal with. So government is never a party. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. We've also seen that coming to a tribunal, you don't necessarily require representation of the legal nature. So you can come before the tribunal. In the age of social media, like you mentioned, there's a lot of new media that's popping up, and not just the people who are doing programs, but the nature of the platforms, whereby you had radio for the longest time, you had TV, which in some parts of the world is still considered new media, and then now you have this new thing, which is social media, which is not even 20 years old. So it is moving with the times, and people aren't able to say anything when they want it, how they want it. Has this opened the door for more cases to be brought to the tribunal because of the transforming nature of media and communications as we see it?
We haven't seen that, and I think that is, in fact, I think last year or the year before, we were having that discussion. I think the Communications Authority interviewed me on that issue, and I raised that issue that we may talk about the traditional media, but yet there is the question, who regulates the upcoming media? But because the Act talks about licensees. But since media has been liberalized, then the question, then there needs to be some kind of regulation of that media, because that media is, even with all due respect to your good selves, is becoming almost even more powerful. It's even than traditional media, legacy media. It's source of information, source of opinion, can ruin reputations, is source of news, and yet is unverified news, and it's news that is not subject to any particular law. So I think it is important that the regulator extends its tentacles to cover that. I don't know how they will do it, but there needs to be something to be done.
You know, early on in the morning, we touched on this, and I gave an example. It's interesting. The first time President Trump was elected, media the world over is facing some monumental changes.
Yeah.
The readership of the hard copies keep reducing. But during the first time President Trump was elected, social media simply burst its banks, and all manner of news flooded social media. So half the time you are never really sure what it is you are reading, hearing, seeing. People then sought and started looking for credible data. Now the New York Times, which had been on a serious decline, suddenly picked up. They got very credible writers, people who were known. They reduced the size of the paper, but the publication and what you may call the readership increased. Now, their online publication ballooned, got to up to 10 million subscribers. Meaning, sometimes this thing which the liberalization allows is good, because then the citizenry have an opportunity to pit what they call credible news processes with one which is just up in the air and hardly ever. It takes time for people to actually understand it, but we are still at that nascent stage where we actually like sensational news. We don't really care very much about its authenticity, and that's where the regulation comes in.
I think even as we talk about regulation, City, if you look at the upcoming media, still the regulator or the people who gives licenses to the X's to operate still has to go through the Communications Authority of Kenya.
Yes.
Whereas now you find that at any given point, if the media, the government would decide to muzzle any upcoming media, then the recourse would have to be that maybe an individual would come to the tribunal seeking that issue to be addressed, because then again it is the regulator who is, say, blocking X or Facebook. Would that be the case, that I bring it to you so that it's opened up?
I'm not quite getting the question.
The government, the regulator, the Communications Authority of Kenya decides that today, because X is doing A, B, C, D, we decide to shut it down. But as a consumer of X who does business on X, I feel as though I am aggravated and I needed that issue to be addressed. Would that be basis or grounds enough for me to come to the tribunal to seek that the regulator, who's CAK, to open up X so that I continue doing my business?
You could talk about, because that's still a licensing issue. Yes. Though, of course, the bigger issue is that those people are not licensed. And I don't know how they will be brought in. Because we talk about fake news, we talk about accountability, and as you are pointing out, CT, quite correctly, we can say that this media enterprise, where we are today, the Standard, it is understood to be a credible source of news. Of course, many times we want gossip, it's more interesting, whatever.
It's more pleasant to consume. Yes.
But at least you're under. So if you say something that somebody considers to be defamatory, then you're required to retract. You are required to publish it with the same prominence with which you published it. But the question then becomes, this upcoming media, when do they retract? They are messing up people's reputations.
They do
with impunity, and nobody and once your reputation goes, it has gone. You have no forum to tell people, no.
Give me back my reputation.
Yes, that was just gossip from the streets. Yeah.
So, I mean, so the shift from traditional media to what we see today with the proliferation of anybody can, get a microphone and sit in a room with a screen and do anything. They can say anything. So with the non-regulation, how then is it possible for us to adjudicate over things that are not regulated? Number one, somebody may say something defamatory about me or CT or LU and puts it on their channel wherever, says it. This thing is not regulated. Can I now bring a non-regulated entity before the tribunal and say adjudicate over this matter where they defamed me?
I think it would be possible to expand the definition of a media enterprise.
Okay.
Because I think because what is media? It is passing on information. Okay, when it comes to of course, appeals, we are talking about appeals from decisions that relate to a licensee. But I think if you are talking about libel or slander, then I think one could expand the definition of a media enterprise and say, even though you're not licensed or registered anywhere, you're passing on information for the consumption of the public, and therefore you are responsible for its effect and how it affects other people.
Yeah.
I think we should be able. I think of course we don't want to, I don't know whether anything will come to us, but I think it should be possible to expand the definition of media so that we say everybody who sits in front of a mic and talks stuff, shares opinions that affect other people, that is media.
I think it's already been defined.
Yeah.
That's why it's called social media.
Yeah, it is.
It has already been defined.
Yeah.
Now, the work that your tribunal does, how does it benefit all the counties in this country?
All the counties. We sit virtually. So it means even though our headquarters, let me put it, is in Nairobi, anybody, you file suit from wherever you are. So even though you may write at the heading communications and multimedia, you don't even say in Nairobi, because you can file suit from any part of this country. So it affects everybody in this country who is adversely affected by a decision of the regulator from every corner of the country is in a position to approach us, file suit virtually, and we hear it from wherever the person will be. Because we do virtual hearings.
Do you handle financial matters? Let us say an entity that is licensed by the Communication Authority is in the doldrums and has problems with paying what it is that they owe. Can you be an arbitrator in such matters?
The only issues that have come is when somebody has not paid their dues, and then maybe the regulator wants to cancel the license because you're not complying with the licensing conditions. So those issues we have dealt with, and I am aware of a suit where they entered into a consent, the regulator, and so that they are able to pay their dues in installments, which is to me that's a win. Because then you don't shut
It's
off.
a win for both, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't have the whole amount at once.
Yes.
This other side is saying, well, at least get me something as opposed to losing.
Yes.
So the tribunal then would be able to come in whereby you say, okay, and so you're not dealing with a situation where you're trying to put everybody out. And we're looking at fairness and justice here, whereby both sides then can come to a place whereby, at the very least, is comfortable for everybody. Is that the aim? Or is the aim for justice to be served?
I think the general conversation now about justice is win-win situations.
Win-win.
And that's why we are encouraging alternative dispute resolutions. Because the beauty of encouraging negotiations and settlement is that decision is respected. Because when you have an enforced decision, which is what most decisions are. Sometimes you encounter resistance. But when it is a negotiated decision, it means nobody's ego has been,
bruised.
Yes, bruised. So then you are able to then that decision is likely to be more easily enforced because everybody feels that they got something out of it. So as a tribunal, if a party comes and says, I think we want to talk, we say, go right ahead. Of course, we want to give them a specific timelines because we don't want the discussion to go on endlessly. But we encourage that because we know that decision will be more, let me use the word legitimate, stretching the word legitimate in terms of is acceptance. The person, each party will be thinking we got something out of it, we were not unduly humiliated, and therefore we will agree to its terms because we contributed towards those terms.
Today, if I want to file a matter with the tribunal, one of the issues that I've been accustomed with the judicial system is the time taken in prosecuting matters. So if I bring a matter before the tribunal, are there timelines upon which a matter is being heard before I get a feedback or a ruling?
Actually, and I think this is one of now the beauty of the current judicial system we have in this country. In every judicial officer, including ourselves, the tribunal, we are subject to a performance measurement. Because before, there used to be the question, how do you regulate, how do you supervise decisions, and there's the independence of the judiciary. But right now, there's very clear accountability. When we sign PMMU, because the performance measurement, whatever, with the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, there's a requirement that a matter that is filed before us must be concluded within 180 days. But that is on the outside. So, the people who are looking at the files are curious. For instance, did you give it too many mentions? Because it's like every step is now, I think there's much more scrutiny of how you did it and how fast you did it, so that for instance, once you conclude a matter, you are required to ensure that, for instance, you deliver judgment within 30 or 45 days. So it is, and right now, like in our tribunal, we are not even so busy, so we would even be able to substantially cut that period.
How many are you in your tribunal?
In our tribunal, we are 7.
7.
We are 7, so that there's the chairperson and 6 members. But the quorum of the tribunal is a chairperson and 4 members.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously looked at time, looking some of the subject matter, or some of the areas that you actually then deal with. When we look at, some cases that are adjudicated over, the atmosphere or the current, situation is taken into consideration from what we understand from judicial officers when judgments or rulings are being made. This might be a little bit different from what I'm understanding. Do you look at clearly what was said, what was done, and how it was and how it happened, or do you look at the effect that it would have had when you're making the ruling, and then what kind of compensation do you look for? Monetary compensation, apology in the public, recalling of certain statements having been done? It seems like a number of things then could be called upon. Which ones do you lean towards?
When it comes to the complaints, our section 102E gives very clear boundaries as to the kind of remedies we can have, we can give. So they include retraction, an apology. There is also the fine, depending, of course, of the nature of the aggravation or the mistake that was made. When it comes to appeals, we will want to be guided by the law and the facts, because the problem I see is that you don't want to go. You see, sometimes when they talk about judicial activism, I take it is where a judicial officer or a court decides like act as if they have an interest in the case, or they have special information concerning the circumstances of the case. And yet it is the parties who come before you who should tell you what they desire. So on the whole, we have not put ourselves in a situation where we are trying to think about the greater good or other issues apart from what the facts that are brought before you. But if a party probably points out into all this, please consider what this would do to the body politic, then we could consider that. But so far, and I think it is much safer to restrict yourself to the facts and the law.
Okay.
Because if you go outside, then, in fact, they used to say public policy is an unruly horse. It takes the rider, he knows not where. Because once, if you open the door to say, oh, we want to consider how this might affect this, that, or the other, where do you end?
Where do you end?
Yes.
So even the question about where do you end still comes back to freedoms. We mentioned this a little bit before, but we often bring in, comments and, thoughts that we have from our folks who are tagged in. And this is something that I think you might be interested to hear, Honourable Korea. Anyone who sits in front of a mic has the right to exercise their freedom of speech and expression. Social media doesn't require a professional license. So you see where we are? When you're opening the door, when you're talking about my freedoms end where your nose begins, a tribunal or even the courts, how then do you deal with? That's the sentiment out there, number one. So if I have freedom behind a mic in my little room with my green screen, I can say whatever I want. If it hinges on your freedoms, then I'll say, well, I have the freedom, so I can do. How then do you deal with and that sentiment that's in the public?
I think that's a clear misunderstanding of even how rights operate. Because even you look at our own constitution, and I dare say, even the very people who would be saying that, if their own rights, the right to repute a good name, are violated, they'll be the same ones doing somersaults, crying what has been done to them. So I think it is possible for people to say it when it doesn't affect them, when it doesn't affect their loved ones. But I think people ought to understand how important somebody's reputation is, and that even the Constitution itself, even the Bill of Rights, always places a limit to the rights, because no right is absolute. If you think any right you can think about, right to movement, it is curtailed by the law of trespass. The right to free speech curtailed by the right of the rule against slander. So the right to property, there's a law of theft. So there's always a balance concerning the right. So no right is absolute. And I think it would be good, even those ones who are saying they can say whatever they want, I don't know whether they quite believe that, if they thought that it was applying to them.
Freedoms by their very nature are actually alien and contrarian to our own human nature. In this sense, they're alien because when you grow up in an African setting, freedoms are limited severely, because you live under the rule of your father and mother. And those rules are usually quite strict. But we live in an era where they are less strict. Okay? But even then, there are still rules by which you abide. So when you become an adult and somebody then tells you go to an institution of higher learning and suddenly that immediate supervision isn't there, you will test your wings and you will test your ideas. And that is the reason why student populations are the ones who are perhaps the easiest targets for new ideas. They're the easiest targets for people who express themselves without understanding the consequences. As you mature, experiences normally have taught you that these limitations actually exist because your actions, your words have consequences.
Absolutely.
Now, in understanding the law and appreciating it, it is something that a lot of work needs to be done. I say this because if we do not take the time to teach this from the very time that children are young to understand the law, because the process of understanding the law is where we can inculcate patriotism into our children. So they grow up understanding it. But there are many people who don't understand that very freedom they have is what they use against the very nation that they belong to. Yes. So it becomes, as you said, destructive. Now let me ask the question. That was just me ranting.
Okay.
in a minute. How are members of the tribunal appointed?
The chairperson is appointed by the Judicial Service Commission competitively, and the chairperson can only do 2 terms as a chairperson. So you're eligible to 2 terms of 3 years each. Then you're done. The members of the tribunal who are drawn from different, they are a mix. So you have legal and non-legal. So you'll have may have a lawyer or 2. Then you can have members who are experts in telecommunications, IT experts, people from media and other places. Those ones are recruited also competitively by the Ministry of ICT. And that's where I was throwing in the issue that was arising concerning whether the executive should recruit members of the judiciary. But for now, we have them, and I think we are all doing a fairly good job.
Enhancing access to justice through tribunals is another way in which it's done. We want to thank you for sharing this information with us this morning. Always good to know the options that Kenyans have bringing justice essentially to their fingertips. The Honourable Kuria has been our guest this hour, and we've been talking about, access to justice through the Communications and Appeals Tribunal. Honourable Rosemary Kuria, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
That has been our Justice Thursday conversation. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. We begin in Nakuru County, where anti-riot police officers are camping at the school where the controversial play titled Echoes of War, authored by former UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala, is expected to be performed today. Last night, police officers blocked Malala from accessing Kirobon Girls Secondary School, where he was to supervise rehearsals for the play to be performed by Butere Girls High School students in the ongoing 63rd National Drama and Film Festivals. KTN's Ken Gashui, who's following developments from the Melvin Jones School, has told SpiceFM that Malala is still in police custody. Gashui says it's unlikely that members of the public will witness the performance of the play.
At the moment, Malala is still being held at Nakuru Central Police Station. The students who are to perform are still at Kirobon Girls High School, and at the school here at Melvin Jones, where they are supposed to come and perform, there is very heavy police presence. We have police in anti-riot gear who have ensured that only students, not even the people who had turned up to watch the play, are being allowed inside the school. Only students who are performing and officials of the drama festival are being allowed inside the school. That means the play might be performed later in the day if that happens, but it may not happen in the public either.
This event comes as the Nakuru Journalists Association has demanded investigations and disciplinary action from IPOA and the Interior Ministry as police tear-gassed and manhandled journalists covering Malala's arrest. 6 journalists were injured and their equipment damaged. Stakeholders from more than 6 countries in the East and Horn of Africa are meeting in Mombasa to explore ways to protect migrant workers. Labour CS Alfred Mutua, who's attending the event, has urged migrant workers to choose dialogue over litigation when disputes arise at work.
Tunasema lazima tuhimize desturi ya kuongea. Kwa muda mrefu nakuta kwamba kuna matatizo katika kazini. Mtu jambo la kwanza kukimbia kwa mahakama. Nataka kusema kwamba tukae chini, tufanye dialogue kwanza, tuweze kuongea kwanza, itatuwezesha kutatua shida nyingi badala kukimbilia tu kwa mahakama ama kukimbia tu katika hali ya vurugu na shida zingine.
President William Ruto has reiterated his administration's commitment to transforming Nairobi into a more livable, accessible and modern city. Posting on X, President Ruto said his administration has embarked on a collaborative effort with the county government to revitalize the city through the Nairobi County Urban Renewal and Regeneration Program. The ongoing initiative, the president said, includes the rehabilitation of 161 kilometers of roads and walkways across Nairobi. He described the initiative as a bold intervention that would restore dignity, improve mobility and shape the shared future of Kenya's capital city. The World Chambers Federation Africa Summit 2025 at the KICC Nairobi enters its final day today. Delegates from over 70 countries are attending the summit, organized in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the World Chambers Federation and Absa Bank Kenya. They are seeking to unite global and regional stakeholders in trade, investment and development under the theme Africa's Global Future, Integrated, Innovative and Sustainable. On Wednesday, Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja used the summit to encourage investors to invest in Nairobi, citing the city's regional connectivity.
We are a melting pot, attracting people from every corner of Kenya and of Africa. And this day is more than ever before from right around the world. We have been gifted by, location. God has given us that gift. In, I think, 8 hours you're in Turkey, if not less. In 5 hours you're in Dubai. In 8 hours you're in London. But we need to do more with us as Africa, on the African continent. Our diversity is our strength in Nairobi and in Kenya. It has made this city a cosmopolitan commercial capital with more than 100 multinational companies, African or East African headquarters located in Nairobi.
A Meta whistleblower told U.S. senators on Wednesday that the company undermined national security in order to build an $18 billion business in China. At a congressional hearing, Sarah Winnie Williams, a former global public policy director at Facebook, said she watched as executives decided to provide the Chinese Communist Party with access to the data of Meta users, including that of Americans. During her testimony before Senate Judiciary Subcommittee, Ms. Winnie Williams also alleged the parent company of Facebook and Instagram worked hand in glove with Beijing to build censorship tools aimed at silencing critics of the Chinese Communist Party. Meta has disputed Ms. Winnie Williams' statements, saying her testimony is divorced from reality and riddled with false claims. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 Spice FM Kisumu.
Tusiwe watu ambao watadanganywa na siasa ya pesa nane. Tunataka Wakenya wawe kitu kimoja. Na tunataka hii nchi iweze kuendelea na yale maendeleo ambayo yako. Kuacha spidi nyingi na kujua ya kwamba kazi na ukweli washinda matusi na chuki. Hata hawa wengine ni wetu, lakini inaonekana they need time ya kutulia.
All right, a quick look at what's happening with traffic, and it is raining cats and dogs and maybe one other animal in Nairobi, so that's going to slow things down, and we already seen the slowdown of that on the Southern Bypass. Not quite sure what's causing that, but there's in and outbound traffic on the Southern Bypass. Folks, shout out, let us know what's going on there. And then we're looking at Uhuru Highway getting into the CBD, very, very busy already. Jogoo Road was busy from the jump, getting onto Landis Road, that's doing the thing. The thicker superhighway, you can expect traffic coming in from the Allsops Junction, and then out towards Muthaiga Square, it's also busy on Kiambu Road. Okay, so let's look for where there's no traffic this morning. Perhaps that's a game we can play, because everywhere you look, there is some. We're going to try and get through it. You're going to help us out. Let's talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 8 o'clock. It is raining in Nairobi, and as we speak, there are anti-riot police at a drama festival in Nakuru County, where children who are expressing their creative prowess, where the entire country comes together to then watch this great talent that our children are able to portray. Please note what I said, that there are anti-riot police at the very same festivals that are taking place in Nakuru County this year. Think about that, and then think about the image that it creates. And we can be bold enough to say that it leaves a bit of a bitter taste in the mouth, no matter what. This is The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and it's 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. We continue with those conversations this hour of happenings in the nation, in the region, and indeed the world, and conversations that we should be happening. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Our audience on KTN is here. And we're continuing with the conversation this hour. This thing called witch hunt. Were there witches who went to hunt? Did they go into the forest? Where did witch hunt come about? Well, it seems as though there's a political witch hunt that's going on in the country at the moment. And our conversation this morning is to be had with us by none other than Advocate Ndegwa Jiro, and he's here this morning. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning.
How are you?
I've been well.
Explain yourself. In terms of why we have not seen you for a while.
Well, we have been out in the trenches and joining other freedom fighters who are fighting to liberate this country and restore this country back to where we all aspire to be. So we are out there fighting.
Okay.
Bad governance. We are out there fighting a rogue regime. We are out there fighting a president whom, in my view, I equally agree with the Attorney General Emeritus Muturi that is unfit for that office. I have always held that view. We have discussed here several times. I have given my thinking and my support of the position that Mr. William Ruto is not fit to be the President of the Republic of Kenya. And there is nothing that can persuade me to hold any contra view.
Where?
If you look at the paper today, and I must thank the Standard that you're doing the Lord's work. And you are part and parcel of our comrades in the struggle. You are serious partners that are helping us change this country. So page 4 will tell you and will confirm what Mr. William Ruto is doing for this country. If we don't have the mechanisms of taking care of our country and making sure that William Ruto does not come back to power 2027, this country will go to dogs.
Well, nobody has to ask you what side you're on. And even
of course, I am on the side of the revolutionaries.
Okay.
Yes,
now,
there is no doubt about that. I am a freedom fighter.
Okay.
Yes.
Wakili, see, we have a proverb.
Yes.
CT will tell you which country he's in, and then you will interpret that proverb for us even as we go ahead into it. Sawa? Yes. Okay.
We are in the Republic of Zimbabwe. You know, their fight for independence was an interesting one because it was a two-pronged fight for independence. First, there was the UDI, Unilateral Declaration of Independence, by a gentleman called Ian Smith. Yes. And after Ian Smith had declared himself independent from Britain, he did attract some sanctions. But now the real push by the majority came in. And they wanted freedom.
Yes.
So this went on. The person who headed the party, ZANU, a gentleman by the name of Herbert Chitepo, was killed in a car bomb in Zambia. Now, most people don't know this.
The veterans.
Yes. And they do not know that Mugabe took over from him. He was more of a middle-of-the-ground sort of like person. Mugabe was an extremist. He felt that there's no other way of getting this freedom other than by guerrilla warfare. And after Herbert Chitepo died, indeed, there was guerrilla warfare. And they did get independence. Unfortunately, that country, despite its immense wealth, has not benefited its people with the wealth it has.
It was mismanaged.
No. That country has been limping and teetering on the brink of collapse since.
Okay.
The details are another story. Now the proverb. Don't throw out the old pot until the tinker has made you a new one. Don't throw out the old pot until the tinker has made you a new one. A tinker is the person who knows how to make pots.
Yes.
Okay? That's the expert. That's the person you go to. Freedom fighter, how would you interpret this?
Well. Do not throw out the old pot until you get a new one.
Until you've had a new one made for you.
Yes, until
the key thing, it is made for you.
Until a new one is made for you.
Yes.
That is to mean that it can be interpreted in two ways, in my view. That it's not really enticing people for change, and it's not enticing people to jump into the pool from the deep end and find out what will happen. That is one way I can interpret the proverb, that it is not really encouraging the spirit of the revolution that we currently have, and that is being exhibited by the bold Standard paper with today's headlines and the subsequent and previous headlines that you've had. So my view and my interpretation of the proverb is that it's almost being initiated by a person who is telling us not to make attempts, not to go and conquer new worlds, that we should remain in our comfort zone.
Okay.
Yeah. So to me, the proverb today is not in line with the spirit of the Standard paper.
I like your interpretation. It's a lovely revolutionary interpretation.
It had to be.
Yeah, but it has to be just that, an interpretation.
Essentially. So, I mean, there's a lot going on.
Yes.
My goodness, it seems like it's a bit of a roller coaster. You wake up every morning and there's something new.
Yeah.
Of impeachments, and then thereafter of sackings, of dethroning of individuals here and there. You seem to believe that there is a political witch hunt going on.
Well, I would not just settle on the question of witch hunt. My view, all what is happening and why the country finds itself in a roller coaster, as you say, is because the affairs of this country have been there is serious mismanagement of the affairs of this country, the political affairs, the social affairs, and the economic affairs. That is why you can see the country is just spinning and spinning and spinning. So to me, it's not a witch hunt. Any person who holds a contra view from the status quo is dealt with, because the current government has said that we should remain with the old pot, that we should just stay in our comfort zone, we should not critique, we should just assume that things are okay, that we should not even have the spirit and the freedom of conscience, like what is happening to the Butere girls this morning and what is happening to Senator Malala this morning, that we should not even have the right of expression, that even the right to the freedom of the media, as it was exhibited last night, is, we are being told that tukae hivyo.
When in the history of this country have we not been told to kaa hivyo? When?
Well, many a times we have been told to kaa hivyo, either directly or that is expressly or impliedly. But with the events of last year, June 2024, the 25th of June, I think the country took some different directions, political, social, and even religious directions. And economic directions. So people have now decided we are going to break away from the past. And you can see the push that is actually being initiated. Not from actually the people that we are accustomed to, but from a very different demographics of individuals whom people never thought would actually be where they are today. The biggest problem Mr. William Ruto did with his mismanagement of the country is that he has awoken our consciousness.
Is that a mistake?
Yes, he did.
How?
Because if they had not mismanaged this country, the people would not have arisen.
So the waking up of the citizenry and their conscience is a mistake?
I'm saying the mistake William Ruto did. Yes, that we are now conscious.
Well, that is the question I'm asking.
It's a good mistake, no?
Yes, it is a good mistake. Okay. It's a very positive mistake. Yes, a very good mistake that he did. Then I would then perhaps rephrase and say the best thing that William Ruto did is to awaken our consciousness. Yes. So, and you can see the consciousness actually is even being exhibited in very high levels of drama. Yeah. That's a good thing that he did. Yeah.
So you are actually admitting that there is some good that William Ruto has done.
Yes, awakening our consciousness. That is something that he has done. Had it not been for this mismanagement, Kenyans would not be as revolutionary as they are this morning. Yes.
But we talk about a mismanagement that we attribute to William Ruto, but the person you really support, even defended in court, was part of that government as well. Does he equally take responsibility as being part of the mismanagement that we talk about today?
You know, before Saul became Paul, he had all the blames of persecuting the children of Israel.
Which he did.
And we blamed
He did it efficiently and effectively.
And the blame was up the day he was Saul. When he became Paul, he started preaching the gospel. And people embraced him.
But should Saul as well take responsibility for his misdeeds?
And then, he has actually even owned up. And he has even apologized to Kenyans. But you know, what William Ruto did when he was contesting for presidency, it was very easy for him to convince any other person.
Why?
And I don't blame him.
Why? Why was it easy?
You know, if you could remember what His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta did and mentioned, he said, mdomo tamtam, mdomo tamtam, mdomo tamtam. Hiyo mdomo tamtam ili convince watu wengi sana. So we don't blame Kenyans for that.
So, just wait. The mdomo tamtam, was it Uhuru's mdomo tamtam?
No. He was referring to this political fraudster, William Ruto.
This was Uhuru.
This was Uhuru
he said
saying, na munadanganywa na mdomo tamtam, mdomo tamtam, mdomo tamtam.
Uhuru himself is a very smooth talker. So, tongue in cheek, what exactly?
You know, this one is not just a smooth talker. This is a political fraudster.
At what point does a politician become somebody who is convincing and somebody who is
somebody who's telling the truth?
Yes, yes, exactly. Or at what point does the presentation of a politician become something that is credible, and at what point does it become fraudulent?
Yes, that's a good question, CT. And that is why I am out advocating for a very unique way of analyzing our leaders. That is not enough for us just to have a new constitution. It's not enough for us to have good laws. It is important for us to analyze the character of a president. Let me give you a small example. When Kibaki took over power, he reigned with the same constitution Kenyatta reigned with.
And Moi did.
1963. And Moi did.
Yes.
The atrocities that were committed by Kenyatta, they were committed, or the goods that he did, he did it under the 1963 constitutional dispensation. Equally for President Moi, he did it through that particular instrument. But when Kibaki came, Kibaki won, he still used the same document. But you can see the kind of the revolution that came in the country. There was freedom of democracy, freedom of speech, the media houses expanded, the economy expanded. Why? Because it was not just the law, even the character of an individual matters. So post 1963 comes 2010 constitution. We all thought that the country is now stable. We have a new constitutional dispensation. The law is so clear. So we said, we have one of the progressive constitution in the world. But let me ask you, when Kibaki was Kibaki in 2002 and up to 2013, and when he had the 1963 constitution, we did not have the atrocities that are now being committed with a new progressive constitution. So the character of an individual matters most.
But Ndegwa, it seems as though intentionally you choose to not speak of the entire Kibaki system.
Yes.
If you come to 2007 as well, there is that debate on Kibaki responsibilities post 2007.
Yes.
So as much as he had good parts of his reign, there is also the other side that we equally must talk about.
I am very conscious that there is no one who can claim infallibility. I am so conscious of that fact. And I did not say that Kibaki was an angel. I only said that he was able to govern the country with a constitution that was supposedly bad. A constitution that had been abused by two previous regimes. But because of his character, he was able to at least lift the country, place it on a runway.
It would appear,
and the country was ready for takeoff.
It would appear as though we seem to shroud ourselves in pretense a lot. When it comes to the political scene, when it comes to governance, we seem to be able to point the finger. But when we are in these positions, we don't say anything. I had a conversation with somebody yesterday. I said, you know what, this is really difficult. He said, you know what, think about it. When you're in a private organization and somebody is accused of doing something when they have left. They knew the rot that was happening, but they couldn't speak about it while they were in there. But then they suddenly find their wings to fly when they're outside
there.
Is that the same thing that we see? Because one would imagine that some of the things which we are ascribing to political witch hunt today is coming from individuals who, some of which you supported.
Yes.
Who could have said, when you see 1 wrong, 2, 3, 4, 5 happening, that you would actually, being a person of good repute, sit up and say, hey, this is the way the country is going, we don't like it.
What we are currently gathering is that, and I would take the example of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. And I know you'll soon ask me, I now currently refer to him as His Excellency. I know.
It is appropriate.
Okay, all right.
Even if you're an immediate former Deputy President, you are still His Excellency.
Then if we're in agreement, therefore
I'm in agreement with you.
And while you do that, you can also tell us then if he was then a victim of this witch hunt that we speak of.
Yeah. So my opinion in that respect is that these two gentlemen, the Attorney General Emeritus and His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, they have come out in public and told us that even when they were inside, they were resisting. They were still resisting some of this corruption and thuggery of Mr. William Ruto. For example, I am dealing with the Adani's case, and we were in court on Tuesday. So when we filed this Adani's case, the Attorney General, as he then was C.S. Muturi, Attorney General Emeritus. We filed the petition. They were supposed to respond. What they did is that they responded with just mere denials. So the court pushed them and asked them that they must give and lay bare their case as to the status of the Adani deal. They brought an agreement in court that had not been attested or executed by the Attorney General. And remember, the Attorney General as at then was C.S. Muturi. So we can see that he was fighting from within. And that is what people keep on saying, that before you throw in the towel, you can try to change issues from within. We've also had Wamunyoro still indicating how he resisted and how he fought from within before the person whom he was fighting from within decided to make sure that he gets rid of him. So what that tells you is that Mr. William Ruto is not ready to take advice even from the people that he himself has appointed. And at times, if you try to change things from within and you make no progress, then you get out and change from without. Yes. So to me, if I was to answer the question of witch hunt, yes, Mr. William Ruto will witch hunt any person who does not speak his language, any person who does not dance to his tune, and any person who refuses to become party to the prey. Yeah.
Bonanjiru,
yes, it is.
In the history of this country, when have we seen political leaders or presidents having in their government people who are known specifically for their contrarian views or the wishes of the president? When?
I want to take it that we are living in a new era of information.
The Kenyans who are living in this new era aware that they need to be they themselves new in this new era, or have we come with our old habits into the new era?
Of course, there's a generation, your generation, our parents' generation.
How old do you think I am?
Go on. You're old enough not to be a millennial, and you're old enough not to be a Gen Z.
Hey, man, this guy's always making me prehistoric. Yes.
You're old enough not to be a millennial, and old enough not to be a Gen Z.
Please continue.
So CT, the new information, the era of information, and this is not the first time it happens in the world. And if you look at the times of Aristotle and the king of Plato, there came an era they were calling the era of enlightenment. You remember?
Yes.
The era of enlightenment.
In fact, in France, they call it the period of Renaissance. The rebirth.
They call it the period of resonance.
Yes.
And it's the period of the resonance that we had the ousting of King Louis the 16th, if you remember. So history is actually repeating itself. That we are now the era that we are now living in, the era of enlightenment. It has so much opened and expanded our minds that we are now saying that we deserve to be called, we deserve to have the right place in God's kingdom. We do not deserve to be treated as if we serve a lesser God. In fact, and that is why the Gen Zs are saying and the millennials, and now even your generation and the entire country, that it's time of change or not.
My generation were sat on effectively and efficiently, and a few people raised their voices then.
Yes.
A few stuck out their necks, and that was a dangerous time to do so.
Yes.
An extremely dangerous time to do so.
I cannot just simply sit here and say that whatever we are currently experiencing is entirely owned up by the millennials and the Gen Zs. No, it's a build-up. Even your generation made a lot of contributions.
We did.
For a lot of it.
We did.
Had it not been for your generation and the generation past
before us,
before you, would not be where we are. Would never had multi-party democracy. Would never had the new constitution, because it's the new constitution that we have Article 37. None of the Gen Zs and none of the majority of the millennials fought for the placement of that article. It is your generation.
Yes.
So this is a joint venture. It's a political joint venture that is owned up by the entire generation. Each generation had its part of contribution.
But you know how this?
So we also owe it to you.
This is how these things actually work. But I think we're going to go into a break here.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
So I'll wait until we come out of the break.
Hold that thought. Don't forget it. We're going to come back. Wakili Njiru Ndegwa is our guest this hour, and we're looking at, of the platform upon which we are today. There are, according to you, political witch hunts. There are witch hunts going on, and there is an unacceptance of the current status quo. We'll continue looking to some of these things as we also keep an eye on other things that are happening currently in the country. It's 8:30 on the nose. Kenya's biggest conversation comes back right after this break. Don't go away.
Tusiwe watu ambao watadanganywa na siasa ya pesa nane. Tunataka Wakenya wawe kitu kimoja. Na tunataka hii nchi iweze kuendelea na yale maendeleo ambayo yako. Kuacha spidi nyingi na kujua ya kwamba kazi na ukweli washinda matusi na chuki. Hata hawa wengine ni wetu. Lakini inaonekana they need time ya kutulia.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Light rain continues in Nairobi. It is 18 degrees. It is shining in Nakuru despite everything at 17. Mostly cloudy at 18 into Nyeri, while Eldoret at 17 is sunny. 29 and sunny conditions into Mombasa, while at 29 it is sunny in Malindi, and 22 and cloudy in Kisumu, with partly sunny conditions at 20 in Kakamega. It's cloudy in Kampala after the morning rains, and at 25 sunny in Dar es Salaam, while 13 in Johannesburg. It is 30 and sunny in Mogadishu, with sunny conditions 17 in Addis Ababa. Partly cloudy at 27 in Lagos, with mostly sunny conditions now in Kinshasa at 24.
Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's going on with traffic. Let's take a quick look at the Southern Bypass and see if that drama still is there at this time. And because it was starting to get just a little bit crazy, and we see that has more or less cleared up, and you're making your way through in and outbound of the city. Mombasa Road also in some parts is busy as you're coming from Next Gen out towards Nyayo Stadium roundabout. Very busy. It's also busy on Uhuru Highway through and through. You're going to get to the Haile Selassie Junction and Bunyala before that with quite a lot of traffic. Very busy now coming off of the Thika Superhighway through Pangani at the underpass and then out towards Wangari Maathai Way. Quite some traffic as you then try to get towards museums and out onto Uhuru Highway. So that's doing the thing. Still busy coming in from Githurai, Garden City out towards in from Kasarani. That's doing the whole thing there. Traffic hour heavy this Thursday. The rain is also contributing, so you want to be careful regardless of. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 27 minutes to 9 o'clock. Advocate Njiru Degwa is our guest this hour, looking at some of these things. And it's interesting because as the last couple of weeks we've had these conversations, it's gone round and round and say, okay, things don't look really pretty, and folks have said we're hurtling into the abyss of total anarchy. And people have been as sensational as saying that. Is it that bad, or are we still trying to find our steps in terms of what is happening? There are opinions, there is truth and fact. But and then also there's, like you said, there's character. If you want to do a comparison this morning, we had a conversation earlier on where we said, you know what does Donald Trump want to do? And I said, you cannot separate the character of an individual regardless of what position they are in. Their character is going to bleed into that position. So are we dealing with just a character issue, or are we dealing with this is actually where a nation will go if we are not careful?
We are in a situation where if we are not careful, that the country will take a nosedive, and we may never regain and reclaim this country. Because the kind of the weaponization that is taking place, courtesy of the system and courtesy of the regime, is that the regime has decided that they want to mutilate all the gains that we have gained, that we have achieved, political gains, economic gains, and the social gains. The regime has decided that even those sacred institutions that we thought would never be involved in running the affairs of this country, for example, the military, the police, the regime has decided that they are going to use them. The regime has decided that we are now going to start introducing militarization of our politics slowly by slowly.
How exactly?
How exactly is that, CT? When you see the CDF coming out from the barracks and engaging himself actively in a political process, when you see...
Wait, what political process was this again?
Well, they came out and made some very devastating political statements.
They did?
Yes, that we people should not say that Ruto must go.
Where did they say this?
Well, I think is it called what is it, CDF and NIS guy?
It's called Director General. Yes.
And also the Inspector General. When you see them taking active positions in politics, you realize
how is a lecture, because it was a lecture on the changing landscape of Kenyan intelligence.
Yes.
It was a lecture at the Kenya Intelligence and Research University.
Yes.
A public lecture.
Yes.
How is that political?
It was a skewed one.
How?
The statement, the paraphrasing of the theme was meant to entice and to conceal the underlying undertones.
Which was
that they were actually meant to come and scare and intimidate people. Otherwise, just on one thing. Otherwise, where did the question of the undertone of Ruto must go find itself in the theme?
Do you believe that you honestly, as you speak here, have the proper context of what the CDF said in that lecture?
Of course, I never attended the lecture, to be honest. I read what was reported partly by the Standard, which is a bold reporter, and a paper that we believe cannot mislead the revolution, and equally the others. So if I read anything, and these days, by the way, we are not buying any other newspaper.
Okay,
we are buying the Standard. It is our darling. Even when the advertisement was withdrawn by the rogue regime, I was one of those guys who said we must come out and support the Standard. The Standard is a revolutionary newspaper. So when the Standard reports, I have no doubts. I believe what the Standard has told me. For example, if the Standard says it's a house of deals, I absolutely have no reason to doubt.
In this case, the Standard had a headline.
Yes.
Other papers carried the story.
Yes.
And that particular function was open to all media houses. They were invited.
Yes.
And among the people who spoke were the two individuals you've mentioned, but also the president of the Law Society.
Yes.
And the AG. They also spoke.
Yes.
The context that the Ruto must go phrase came in was actually meant in the complete opposite of what you have been led to believe.
Yes.
The example that was being given was the freedoms that people have, and the example was, in order that you can even say Ruto must go, what the CDF said, and I was there. So for me, it's not someone told me, I was there. Everything that we do, because he was aligning it with their role as the military, is within the constitution. Yes, he said, you can say Ruto must go, but it must be done constitutionally. That is what he said.
Of course, that's what he said.
Yes.
But I do not know who told the CDF that we, the revolutionaries, that we, the freedom fighters, have any intentions of doing it extra-constitutionally. So he needed not to caution us, because we are aware, even in our rallies, we are saying, we are speaking of 2027. So who told him that we were ready to get Ruto to go before 2027?
Bonanjiro, the citizens of this country don't have a monopoly on the intelligence of what happens.
Yes.
That's why we have organs.
Neither are those organs have or in possession of the monopoly.
Okay, I need to connect this here, because if it's coming off of what you were saying, Jiro, is that if we have such public statements, subliminal or otherwise, is that pointing to what you're saying, the direction in which we are going?
Yes.
Whereby if freedom of speech is curtailed,
it's being curtailed.
Freedom of expression is curtailed, and this is coming from the position of the executive, then we have a problem?
We got a big problem. When you see the IG of police, akiwa huko Nyeri, saying that, mnataka Ruto aendelee, mumefurahi kuona rais. You know, it tells you where Mr. William Ruto is taking this country.
Who appointed this person?
William Ruto.
Yeah.
Yes, and his regime.
Now tell me something.
He's serving the interests of William Ruto.
So if he's serving the interests of William Ruto, as you say, so you're saying his pronouncements were amounted to him serving the interests of William Ruto?
And they were equally unconstitutional. They were equally unconstitutional. Because the IG ought to protect both the persons who agrees with William Ruto and those who do not agree with William Ruto. For example, how do you explain that that the state has no intelligence that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua was to visit Mweki? And how comes that there were not even police within? And by the way, I don't know whether you know where the church is. Where the Mweki PCA church is
the police station is not very far away.
The police station is just about 200 meters from where it is, from where the church is. How comes that the OCS in that particular police station was oblivious, and he was even so blind and so deaf that he could not even hear that the guy was coming?
Are you suggesting that William Ruto and the government of William Ruto were behind the attack on that church?
Oh, certainly. How do you explain the absence of the police 200 meters away?
When the president had a tour of Nairobi, and hooligans were robbing people in the streets, so these hooligans, were they also sponsored by William Ruto?
They say, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are.
Yes.
Mr. William Ruto was and is the owner of those so-called hooligans.
The ones who are robbing people in Nairobi?
Yes.
And you have evidence to support this?
He knows them.
And you have evidence to support this view?
I have it. Do you know why? Since that time, William Ruto has not even apologized to Kenyans. to us Kenyans, even the people who were actually robbed.
What was the? Oh, okay, right. During his Nairobi tours.
Yeah, and even when he made an address at Nyeri State Lodge, he steered away from that topic.
I want to understand why this apology was supposed to be forthcoming. What was it for?
Can I jump on that? If he were to apologize, would it then disabuse him from the position that maybe he had something to do with it?
You know, if you look at what happens in Germany, almost every chancellor who comes apologizes for the Holocaust.
For the Holocaust,
Everybody. No, not that even the chancellor is the one who was there during that particular time of the Holocaust, but they feel obliged to continuously tender their apology.
Why do they apologize in Bonanjiro?
Of course, for the things that were done and the atrocities that were done.
The German
and they are not the ones who
people committed atrocities.
Yes.
The German government committed atrocities. The Germans went forth to even apologize to the Namibians.
Yes, they did.
They did. And they even gave money.
They did for reparation.
It is the only country where the leaders have come out and apologized.
Yes, and they
openly.
have owned up.
Yes.
They have.
They have owned up.
They've taken it even further. The structure of the government that they have makes it impossible, and the way the politics run, for those whom we refer to as nationalists or extremists to actually rule. In fact, they will fight against this. Why? Their lived experience with one party dominating is still fresh in their minds. But why is it so? It is taught.
It's taught in school.
It is an examinable subject in their schools.
What extremism can do and how extremism can affect the fate of a nation and a generation. So why am I giving an example of the Germans and the apology they always tender? Is that they do it voluntarily because they knew mistakes were done. They are not; those are not actually the generation that is currently apologizing. Is not the one that committed them.
You know what I hear you to be saying is that President William Ruto has a monopoly on goonery, the ever-growing enterprise of goons. So does he own a monopoly of goons in the country? That's really what I hear you to be saying.
You know, that again takes me back to the character of an individual.
Yes,
and you know, you cannot bury history. YK92.
Yes.
What was the mantra of YK92? Was it just Goonism? Was he associated with the YK92? And remember, YK92 was the Caesarean section that delivered William Ruto into Kenyan politics.
Yes.
It is that YK92 that brought him into
it was the birth process.
It was a birth process. Okay. It was a Syrian process, that political process that gave birth to the current William Ruto. So what was the premises of YK92? Meting out violence against any Kanu dissident.
And are you saying that you see the same thing today?
That
if there is, Wakili, a contrary opinion, a contrary expression to the manner, not the individual, to the manner in which governance is being rolled out in the country, we're saying that there seems to be a way in which that will be stopped. Is that now becoming the MO?
Yeah. You know, the tragedy in this country is that we have not addressed our past mistakes like the way the Germans have addressed it. We have refused to own up. For example, I'll give you a very simple example. You will not peruse 2 or 3 reports. If you peruse the Akiumi report, you'll find the name of William Ruto in the Akiumi report. If you peruse the Kligra report, you'll find his name there. If you peruse the Waki report, you'll find his name there. If you peruse the TGRC report, you'll find his name there. But we have refused, when we had the opportunity to implement these reports and the recommendations, we have completely steered away. Let me give you an example.
Who was in power when all these documents were written, and what prevented them from actually applying them?
The political gimmicks, the political undertones.
Who were the presidents?
When Kibaki was in power,
and then Uhuru Kenyatta.
Equally, Uhuru was in power. Moi was in power during the Akiumi report.
Yes.
But you see, we do not have the political goodwill. That's why I'm saying, and the reason why some of those presidents would not implement this Akiumi report is because you'd also find their names in it, printed in it.
You see, the point you make is a valid one.
Yes.
Whenever something is wrong, it must be pointed out.
It must and corrected.
And yes, the correcting bit is what, as you say correctly, we have failed to do over time.
Absolutely.
We bring about the changes, but the follow-up that is necessary, the vigilance that is necessary is lacking.
Is lacking.
So then we find ourselves in a position where what we are doing is complaining and whining, and yet we've always had the opportunity to bring about the change. Simple. Holding leaders to account. Must something get to the point where it is so terrible? That's when you start talking about how bad the person is. And yet, what we are seeing is like an ailment that is throughout the system of the country.
Yes.
Whether it is MCAs, whether it is MPs, whether it is governors, whether it is senators.
Yeah.
People whom we actually elect to help bring about this change.
You are so right.
Allow me to... go ahead, Dennis.
And you see, as well as we talk about that, we talk about the change that we need.
Yeah.
The responsibility squarely lies on the citizenry of the republic.
Yes.
It is us who every electioneering period go to elect these people, despite the reports that you talk about.
Yes.
Now here we are talking about the change that we need, but you're not telling the citizenry on the need for them to make the right choices.
We have been out there advocating for that change that you're now speaking about, and the ability of the citizenry to exercise their voting and the election of their leaders with conscience and a bit of enlightenment. We have consistently failed because a generation that has been instrumental in putting government into place has been a generation that was largely disadvantaged.
Okay.
For example, if you speak about the generation of my dad, who is still a voter to date, it was largely disadvantaged by colonialism. It was largely disadvantaged by the inability to be enlightened. It was largely disadvantaged by the whole idea of fanatism in the region. Now, post our dad comes another generation now. It was disadvantaged by the misrule of Kenyatta and Moi, to the extent that the majority of them did not even go to school. The majority of them did not even have the basic needs. Now, past that generation again come to the generation of Kibaki. That is where at least Kibaki started lighting the light. And the lighting the light of what we can currently see. The effects of today's agitation and the effects of today's revolution, and the reason why the finance bill was brought down by a generation that we never thought that would ever arise, was because of Kibaki took that generation to the 7th century age of enlightenment. He took them to school, he took them to the university, he took them to secondary school, and that is now the generation that has now brought rationalism and imperialism in our politics. And that is now calling us to order. Remember, they have said, if CT does not toe the line, they will take his ID and he will not vote. Why? Because they highly suspect that CT's generation will vote in the traditional manner without exercising their faculties into full engagement in the exercise they are taking. That is what they have said. So that is not a small threat. It's a threat that we need to think about.
Okay.
That this is a generation that is now decided to call the country to order. And we cannot say that something that just came up. It is something that was prepared.
You see, but
the way the Mswahili says, ukiona vimeundwa vyaelea ujue vimeundwa.
You see, the thing that you hear me speaking of is actually revisionism.
Yes.
Where when we revisit our history and what happens, we are selective in how it is we represent it.
Absolutely.
The governments are a continuum.
Yes. They are perpetual.
Yes. Kibaki did things that no other president had done.
Yes.
But you cannot move away from the fact that the president who built the schools as we know them in their numbers was Moi.
Yeah, he did.
You see, but credit is not given.
The Harambes that gentleman did.
Schools that were built
enormous.
And built and built.
Oh yes, the DEB's schools.
Yes, the movement from one university to multiple universities.
Absolutely.
Which enabled Kenya to have the human resource that it actually has.
Yes.
Now, this having been said, we talk about the role of the citizenry and what they must do.
Yeah.
How they must do it, sometimes we don't know how. Because the responsibility is enshrined in the Constitution because we are the sovereign.
Absolutely.
How do we ensure that we are vigilant and we keep our leaders in check. Because in the absence of that, if we do what my generation, the one before, have done, you achieve something, you sit back.
No.
You achieve something, you sit back.
Yes.
Yes.
When we gave unto ourselves the new constitution,
yes,
we created in it institutions that were supposed to complement the other democratic processes. And we agreed that this institution would be so much important in lining up our democracy in the direction in which we wanted to take. For example, we came up with a commission like the Commission on Administrative Justice, the Ombudsman. We came up with an institution like that of the Auditor General that's supposed to audit our books. But when the Auditor General audits our books, the next thing that happens, the political class that feels disadvantaged by the expose goes and attacks that Auditor General and makes and puts up mechanism for removal of that Auditor General. When the controller of budget says that this budget cannot be expended this way, the next thing we see is that she's being rushed to Mombasa and being charged with fictitious claims. When we want to have a judiciary that is functional, the next thing we see is that all of a sudden somebody is so much discontented and dissatisfied with the entire of the Supreme Court. So there has always been strategic political manipulation of our institutions. And these institutions are the ones that are supposed now to climatize our democracy and protect.
When Maraga nullified the elections.
You know, that was a reckless statement made. I would not say that was a statement that ought to have been directed towards our democratic institutions.
Okay.
Because what it did, it mutilated the integrity and the social standing of that particular institution. And that is a statement that is being followed today. That statement of we shall revisit is the one that is currently being followed and being pursued with the current petitions that are seeking to remove the entire bench.
Right. And that comes into play.
So leaders must have responsibility even in their pronouncements. And that is not unique because, before you ask me that question, the Constitution has contemplated such kind of scenarios. And under Chapter 6 of our Constitution, we are supposed to hold leaders to account. But unfortunately, because of the political expediency, somebody will go to the state lodge and recklessly say that I removed this person from office because he was asking for a bribe of 10 billion. And then you just let it go. No action is taken. Yet, in the constitutional dispensation that we have, Parliament, which is created to offer oversight over the executive, is supposed to hold with Mr. William Ruto to account. For example, if we had a functional parliament today, the next thing that we would be seeing in Parliament is a petition for removal of Mr. William Ruto, an impeachment motion, asking him, how do you turn a sacred institution into a house of thieves and den of thieves? That is the kind of the political accountability, transparency that our constitution contemplated. But unfortunately, because Mr. William Ruto knows and understands, it's not possible for him to survive in the midst of independent institutions. Due to his character, he has to mutilate those independence.
So here we are talking about a situation where Parliament, House of Parliament, according to you, the judiciary, the executive itself walking on its own legs, you're saying that these institutions essentially are being used to perpetuate a single character narrative of the president?
Absolutely. They are being held hostage. And that's an institution that is not playing to the tune of Mr. William Ruto, is witch-hunted, is hoarded out of office. Not just an institution, even individuals who do not play to the tune of Mr. William Ruto. The entrenchment of dictatorship in this country, the entrenchment of the mutilation of the rule of law, the killing of the spirit of a constitutionalism is hoarded out of office. That is the tragedy and the cancerous situation we are dealing with in this country.
How do we get away from that?
We get away from it by, first of all, having such kind of bold headlines, informing the people, the citizenry. In 17th century, City will agree with me, the age of enlightenment.
You're determined that I must really be old. City will remember. I was alive in the 17th century.
Let's go with it. Okay.
Let's go with it. I was alive in the 17th century.
Yes. Of course, I'm trying to tap and plug into your knowledge. I'm plugging to your knowledge. I'm actually provoking
Please
it.
go
that
on.
the age of enlightenment did not just come.
No, it didn't.
It came with their being of Plato. It came there with their being of Aristotle. It came there with their being of Thomas of Aquinas. You know, they are the ones who brought forth the age of enlightenment.
And then the era where now writing, publishing,
began.
Yes.
Yes.
And
so
and the resistance that it had, but what it then did to the proliferation of knowledge.
And how does then that bring solution-oriented citizenship, for example?
With the proliferation of knowledge, King Louis XVI was overthrown by the People's Revolution. So you cannot just underestimate what is happening. And the people and the sovereignty of the people was exercised as at that time. Remember what brought down King Louis XVI was the extravagancy of the monarch, as it is happening today.
The revolutionary mind, though, Wananjiru, if you remember, came via the American War of Independence.
Yes.
People came back from
and the American Civil War.
Yes. And when they came back, they realized we were helping some people fight for their freedom, and yet we have a problem.
We are oppressed.
Same thing happened to us when Kenyans went to the First War and Second World War, rather,
Absolutely.
and came back and said, wait a moment.
Yes.
So
they went out there, interacted with information. They realized that you could hold a gun, and the gun could shoot a white man, and they realized you can still use it. That age of enlightenment is with us today. We are in possession of that age. And that age of enlightenment is a toxic age to any person who wants to maintain the status quo. Any person who wants to maintain the status quo will be trampled down by this age of enlightenment. They should not think that Kenyans are silent. Look at what is happening just in the social media peke yake. Look at how people have been able to demystify William Ruto, to the extent that he has so been demystified that even people will not even use the term His Excellency on him. And for the period I have been here, I have not applied that terminology on him because he has been demystified. People have realized he's a mortal man. People have realized that a mortal man can just be clothed with glory of His Excellency titles and mismanages the country and hides behind the glory of His Excellency, hide behind the glory of State House. We have now demystified that.
And a renaissance such that happened in the 20th century probably is happening again today.
And it has been demonstrated that it happened on the 25th of June 2024.
Thank you
and
so
it is
much.
about to repeat itself
again.
And it shall also be repeated on the ballot box in 2027. So you, Mr. Kakararedi and Mr. Haji, you who think that we are going to use extra constitutional means to overthrow Mr. William Ruto, we are not focused on that. We are focused at remaining within the four corners of the constitution and democratically remove Mr. William Ruto from office. In any case, he has actually even accepted that is akishindwa ataenda kulima. The only unfortunate thing is that zile shamba atakuwa anaenda kulima, much of it has been grabbed from the people, like the baby land.
On that, there we are. Wakili Njiru Ndegwa has been our guest this hour. I think you're going to need a fire extinguisher at some point, but thank you so much for being in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning.
Thank you.
These insights must be discussed no matter what. Asante Sana.
Anytime.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Lawyer Ndegwa Njiru has joined other Kenyans in criticizing the government of attempts to suppress artistic expression and civic critique. This comes a day after police tear-gassed and manhandled journalists covering the arrest of former UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala. 6 journalists were injured as the police blocked Malala from accessing Kirobon Girls Secondary School. Malala was to supervise rehearsals for his play titled Echoes of War to be performed by Butere Girls High school students in the ongoing 63rd National Drama and Film Festivals. Jiru, who's just appeared here in SpiceFM Situation Room, has lamented that freedom of expression is increasingly under attack.
The current government has said that we should remain with the old that we should just stay in our comfort zone, we should not critique, we should just assume that things are okay, that we should not even have the spirit and the freedom of conscience, like what is happening to the Butere girls this morning and what is happening to Senator Malala this morning, that we should not even have the right of expression, that even the right to the freedom of the media as it was exhibited last night is, we are being told that tukae hivyo hivyo.
Meanwhile, anti-riot police officers are camping at the school where Malala's play is expected to be performed today. KTN's Ken Gashui is there.
At the moment, Malala is still being held at Nakuru Central Police Station. The students who are to perform are still at Kirobon Girls High School. And at the school here at Melvin Jones, where they are supposed to come and perform, there is very heavy police presence. We have police in anti-riot gear who have ensured that only students, not even the people who had turned up to watch the play, are being allowed inside the school. Only students who are performing and officials of the drama festival are being allowed inside the school. That means the play might be performed later in the day if that happens, but it may not happen in the public either.
ODM party leader Raila Odinga now has a fresh headache on how to pacify the party after confusion, parallel polls by rival party members and pockets of violence rocked the party's grassroots elections in several parts of the country. While in some places members adopted consensus to set on leaders, others were total chaos as sibling rivalries rocked the exercise. In Migori County, different groups held parallel elections at the constituency level, each claiming legitimacy. Parallel elections took place in Suna West and Rongo sub-counties. In Homa Bay County, ODM chairperson-elect George Maingo has called for unity in the party.
The election went on well, and I was elected as the chairman of ODM Karachuonyo. I'm requesting your Karachuonyo to be peaceful and to focus on the party. When we have done election for the party, we are focusing for the bigger things. So let's unite together. For those who did not succeed, please come together, we work together. We are accepting everybody to come to this party. Amen.
King Charles and Queen Camilla have had a private meeting with Pope Francis at the Vatican where he wished them a happy 20th wedding anniversary. In a statement released by Buckingham Palace, the King and Queen said they were delighted the Pope was well enough to host them and to have had the opportunity to share their best wishes in person. The meeting came after previous plans for the couple to meet the Pontiff in a state visit to the Vatican were postponed because of the Pope's ill health. The meeting took place on the third day of their state visit to Italy and ahead of a state banquet in Rome on Wednesday evening. Here's the King speaking at the state banquet.
Today marks, as you say, the Queen's and my 20th wedding anniversary. On that score, I must say it really is very good of you, Mr. President, to lay on this small, romantic candle dinner So let me propose a toast, if I may, Mr. President, here in the Eternal City, to the friendship between our nations and the hope that this too may be eternal.
That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so the rain is still coming down in certain parts of the country, and of course in Nairobi that's going to slow down traffic just a little bit. Everywhere you look there was some of it, but let's take a quick look at Langata Road, then going towards Raila Odinga Way. There is some traffic. It's bumper to bumper and it's inbound, and it's going to find you at the roundabout there. Coming in from Ngong Road as well, there is some traffic. Uhuru Highway then goes through towards Nyayo Stadium roundabout. Traffic there as well. Bumper to bumper happening off of Wangari Maathai Way, touching on Shiromo, heading out towards museums. That is very, very busy right about now. And coming off the Eastern Bypass, North Airport Road in from Embakasi is busy taking the loop round towards Outer Ring, inbound as well. Busy, busy, busy. Let's keep an eye on things. We want to keep things moving. Be careful, the roads are slippery. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 9 o'clock and we're into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this rainy Thursday morning. When you wake up in the morning and the rain is coming down, it's not just raining outside, but it's raining inside as well. There are very many things that are happening in this country. What is taking the nation by storm is the conversation that we're having this hour. And as we do that, we are going to talk right now with the former UDA Secretary General, who is Cleophas Malala. He is in the Nakuru Central Police Station, and he's having a conversation with us about exactly what is going on. Good morning. Good morning, Cleo. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. You have not had a very interesting night. We want to get a word from you in terms of exactly what is going on and where you are.
Yeah, last night was quite an ugly night for Kenya. We are very disappointed by the manner in which government is handling this matter. First of all, I want to say that I empathize with the students of Butere Girls, the young souls, the young talents who have given out themselves to nurture their talents and expose the evil deeds of this country through art. And Drama Festival has been there for a very long time. We have a variety of themes that are being exposed at the National Drama Festivals. And it is quite unfortunate for the officials and the administration to victimize young souls who are just out to expose what they think that is the rot of our society. And I want to call upon everybody who is in charge of the drama festival to sober up. This is just a play. And it has got nothing to do with incitement. It has got nothing to do with name calling. It is just a play artistically created to expose the rot that bedevils our country.
So then why are you arrested, Cleophas? Why have they arrested you? What are you doing in the police station?
They have told me nothing. I've been behind bars since yesterday at around 11 p.m. They have told me nothing. They are talking. Nobody's talking to me. I'm just in the police cells waiting for the next course of action. And I'm shocked that no government official has spoken to me since yesterday.
So you wrote this play, and it's not the first one that you've written. It's also not the first one that we've seen that has been written about governance or anything about, society or government. But this seems to be the one that has grabbed so much attention. Why?
Basically, it's because it's a play that talks about the people. It's a play that is out to expose the plight of the young generation, popularly known as the Gen Zs. They are demanding for good governance, governance that is free from corruption. They are demanding for universal health care. They are demanding for accountability in leadership and so many other things that they think that would paint a good society that they want to live in. And therefore, I think it is a play that, if given an opportunity to perform, it will really, really enlighten Kenyans and also help us correct the mistakes that we are committing as a country.
Okay, so Cleophas, just for your information, so you may not know this, or you may know at this point that the girls were to perform this morning, the Butere girls were to perform this morning. They declined to perform. They did sing the national anthem. They said a prayer and talked about the fact that they felt let down by whatever is happening at the moment, and then they exited the stage. What are your thoughts about that?
I think that was an act of heroic, it was a heroic moment for those girls because they wouldn't have performed without the audience, without their required deckers, without their costumes, without their directors. That was unfair, and I believe that the officials must be accountable for denying the students their right to perform in artistic activities.
Echoes of War, again, scribed by yourself. You've told us about it just being a play that talks about society. Give us a little bit more insight. And I ask this because something has gotten somebody a little bit more irritated than just a play, Cleophas. What is this story about?
I'm not in a position to explain the details of the story right now because I'm even being told to give back my phone with the police. I'm not in a good position, but if I'm invited in a more calm environment, I'll be able to give the details of the play. But at the moment, I can't.
For sure. And of course, you are invited, and that's a conversation that we'd like to have with you at a better time. And I'm sure that we've already had that conversation with you. So looking forward to talking to you as soon as we can in this environment.
At the moment, I'm held at Eldama Ravine Police Station and not Nakuru Police Station.
Okay, so you're at Eldama Ravine, and hopefully you'll be out as the day progresses. And we look forward to having this conversation with you because it goes deeper than just this. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. So what would be your message, really quickly, if we can, to your students this morning who...
I would like to encourage them, give them hope, let them gather hope and courage. This is a moment whereby they are big players when it comes to disseminating the relevant information to the public, and therefore they should just put up a brave face and know that they have been inscribed in history as one of those people who fought for the liberation of this country.
Cleophas Malala, asante sana. You've told us that you're at the Eldama Ravine prison and you're waiting for the next steps. You've been told that you have to give back your phone and go on to the next process. I mean, of course, wishing you the best at this point, and let's hear as the day progresses.
Thank you.
All right, and that is where we are. Cleophas Malala talking to us from the Eldama Ravine prison, having not been told essentially why he's been arrested. He can only conjecture, give us conjecture here in terms of what is happening. Echoes of War is a play that was written by himself, and it was to be performed by the drama team at Butere Girls, and that was supposed to happen in Nakuru. What we've seen from last night is that there had been arrests and there had been police who'd been deployed to the area, insisting that there would be no audiences in the live at the rehearsals as well as at the performances. The Butere Girls, who were supposed to perform this play this morning, then of course as well as others, it's not just them, there are other schools that made their way to the premises this morning under heavy police presence, audiences not having been allowed into the auditorium or the hall. And then after that, we've seen that the girls did get on stage to perform. They sang the national anthem. They talked about the fact that their handlers and teachers were not allowed to be in the room. They talked about the fact that their stage performance leads were not allowed to be there either. They then said a prayer and said that they could not, under such circumstances, then perform, and then they exited the stage. That's what we're looking at this morning. The Kenya Drama Festivals, national festivals, this would be the 63rd year. So it's not the first time that these festivals are taking place. Neither is it the first time that there have been renditions of drama, of songs, of poems that have taken any kind of political direction. There have been many, have they not?
They have actually. They actually have. In fact, part of why it is you have the drama festival is, as has been simply put by many who've commented on it, is to allow the expression of creativity through drama by young Kenyans, young souls. And the drama festival affords an opportunity for that diversity to be expressed and to be witnessed by the citizenry. Now, we've had cases where students themselves have actually written plays that have been staged, and some have even gone to the national level. Remember, before you get to the national level, there are all these competitions that take place at ward, at county level, before you actually get to the nationals. So the adjudicators who are in charge of these processes must clearly have understood or seen something that was worthy of this particular play to allow it to now get to the national. Now, the national stage, what often happens is at the end of it, whether it is the music festival or the drama festival, the winners of all the various categories then go to State House and then perform all these songs, all these poems, all the songs, and then before the president. It is a tradition that has been there for the longest time, and clearly that tradition has been broken.
If you talk about the specific play and how it's even in the nationals, remember that the girls had been asked to go home. It took the intervention of the court to ask the school principal to bring back the girls and ensure that they perform at the national events. So even as the girls get here, already they were disadvantaged and they had been prejudiced up against with regard to them performing this play. But even when you talk about it, remember Cleophas Malala has also written Shackles of Doom, which equally touched on matters to do with the political space. And even as we talk about today, the expression of creativity through drama is something that has happened before. I remember a few years ago, again, it was all about climate change, and the young people went there and expressed themselves on how we need to take care of the environment.
Did they perform it?
They did perform it. Okay. Everybody performed it because it was a national theme. And back then it was good. Why today, when an expression is being done, why curtail them? Why stop it?
What's the fear? And I have to ask the question, that what was it about this play that would have brought about this clearly huge nervousness or anxiety to not have this performed? Is it the play itself? Is it political intrigues? Is there somebody that may have said or done something previously that would then preclude them from doing this? Are we looking at the wider impact that this has essentially on these young girls who have, brought forth their talent? Because what is the National Drama Festival supposed to do? It nurtures talent. It enhances talent. It gives leeway to possibly careers that people will take in the future as thespians. And what we've seen is that a cloud over this has formed, and it is clear. So what are we saying? That there is a space, and if there are certain elements that come in, there is a space then where you will not then be allowed to have this expression made public.
I mean, what does this even do to the current curriculum that you're pushing, the CBC? Because then the CBC even gives credence to the fact that when you start choosing your path, some will choose the path of creativity, get into acting, music and whatnot. But today we see a situation where the authorities of the land are curtailing these young people from exercising that which the government itself is pushing. What exactly are we doing to these young people? Because remember, they got there because of a court order. They've gone further to the court has told them to get there. They are there. You stop their teacher from going through their rehearsals with them. You arrest the teacher, yet there is a court order that is presented. These young people have experienced all this, and as we keep on saying in this show, what is the ripple effect, the snowball effect in the future? What exactly are we doing?
Somebody's got to step in and give answers here. It's a Dear Mr. President segment that we're having this morning. And again, we have to ask the question, Dear Mr. President, this is not just young girls who've been stopped from performing. This then has many more bleeds that we look at it from here. We're talking about freedom of expression. We're talking about the freedom then to go into a possible career later. We're talking about nurturing and enhancing gifts that you've given to young people. What do you think the effect on this is going to be when we know that art is a form of expression, number one? We also know that it is an expression through which many things are done and said. We look at things like Sports for Peace, which was used in many parts of this continent, whereby people said, well, how about we engage in sport so that we can then bring about peace in conflict? So when you look at art as an expression, these are messages that are sent through a creative manner. What happens when you cast a dark shadow over these things like what we are seeing happening today? I don't care how thin you slice it. I don't even care what you call it. But at the end of the day, what we're seeing clearly is a muzzling for certain things. But I've got to ask, who is behind it? Who is so uncomfortable with this message coming through? Have you heard the message? Have you seen what they're saying? Or are you actually then going to then prove what the pundits have been saying as true, that any kind of expression counter to what you believe or what you want then cannot make its way to the light of day? Is that what we're saying? Is that where we are today? Has it gone that far? Is it that bad?
You know, the thing about the media, and the thing that is often criticized by those whom the media has presented it in an unflattering light, is that some say we exaggerate things, some say we dramatize things too much, and some outrightly say we simply do not speak the truth. Now, what has happened, the matter of the play, the title of the play, and then now the content that many people have not witnessed or seen, has now become a subject of national discussion.
Absolutely.
And young people across the country who will relate very directly to the young people who were supposed to stage this play will see it, and they will resonate with their contemporaries with regards to this. So the question that has to be asked is, what message do you think they have received? And how will they interpret this? Parents may interpret it in one way, the teachers may interpret it in one way, organs within government will actually interpret it in one way or the other. The point being this: are we seeing a situation where a certain fundamental freedom has been interfered with? Because a play is a form of expression.
It is.
And there is a guaranteed freedom under the Bill of Rights in this particular country. But more importantly is the ripple effect of what has played on. The media will be blamed.
For being melodramatic.
There are those who, yes, they will say the media are the ones who have actually highlighted this thing. Actually, we actually have.
Yes.
But we're the same people who will highlight anything that is positive. We're the same people who will comment and talk about the things and the progress that have been made. The media, if it is genuine, the media, if it is responsible, cannot just report on things which are negative. And if they do, then they are irresponsible. And if they do, then they should call themselves something else. But if the reporting is balanced, and what they are speaking of is simply documenting what has happened, then what they are doing is simply displaying and putting forth the truth.
Do you think that there needs to be an explanation as to why there is the muzzling of this play coming out into the public? Or you can just shut it down and say, well, we're not going to have this. There's been a court order. Look, that when the first thing that it came from, that it was not going to be allowed for this play to be performed, of course, it went to court. Court came back and said, actually, you know what? Let them perform, number one. Number two, allow them to access the rehearsal grounds. This show will go on, essentially. So it is your responsibility and duty as the person who gave the order to rescind it and then to allow them to go ahead. But we be clever and then we say, okay, fine, you can go ahead and perform, but you will not do so before an audience. You will not do so before teachers or anybody then who would have any kind of recording device. You will not do that. So do you actually follow the order? Are we actually being melodramatic? Are we saying that we're playing politics in the public eye? Are we saying that, you know, this could just be a thing where, oh, okay, Butere girls cannot perform during the drama festivals because of 1, 2, 3. Then we say, okay, no problem. Should that be the stance that is taken, whereby you say, okay, that's fine, move on to the next thing?
I mean, let's go back. Who gave the order for Butere girls not to perform? We start from there.
We don't know who this person is.
Then that precipitated the next course of action, which was going to court. An order was given. The order was served to the petitioner who had actually blocked them from performing, and a court order was given to the police.
Who had blocked them from performing?
That's what we're trying to find out. But then again, the police have been given the court order to make sure that the order from the court is respected and upheld. But then again, they decide not to live as per the aspirations of the court order. Remember, court order is a law. But then again, here we are today. Even the requests that the girls have given have not been honored. Ministry of Education must explain to us what has happened and why we are here today. Because it is under them who give the curriculum of institutions, of schools, including drama and music festival calendars. They must explain why Butere girls were blocked and why today that the girls were being forced not to perform and even their teacher being in jail. Ministry of Education squarely lies to them. And IG must equally tell us why police officers are not respecting court orders.
You know, I wonder how it is this play went through all the processes to the point where it got to the national.
Exactly. They did community, they did regional,
county,
they did they did county, they did extra county, they did regional, they did provincials, then they came to national.
So how did they get here?
The man did not write version national. The version that they performed at the very beginning, because you don't do a separate submission. The same submission goes through to the top. So how come it was accepted until the national level? That's a very good question.
Let's also remember that they are at the national because they were the very best from the first performance they did. So even today, stopping them from, people have already seen what these girls have done.
Something doth stink.
Yeah. No, actually, this is odd.
Yeah.
It is odd.
Yeah.
It is odd. Plays that depict the government in an unflattering light have been there. Poems that
as old as dirt.
Songs, and we're talking about this country.
Books.
What is it that is unique about this situation?
Do you mean now, Lisa? There's something that is
what is unique
clicking.
Because this even if every time you have a function of the nature at whatever level, the security is always involved. At every stage that you've mentioned, security was there.
Yes.
Intelligence was there. They know. Yet this play went through all these processes up until the national. And at the national, it suddenly became an issue. How exactly? What is it that happened at this particular point in time that this particular play now becomes the center of focus, to the point where we've even forgotten that there's actually a drama festival that we should be focusing on?
That there are hundreds of other schools and thousands of other young people
with thousands of other plays
and songs and poems and dances who are in this same school to perform. But do you see now the cloud cover that then has been registered as of last night and into this morning? So by that 2025 is going to go down in history as the year when it looked as though this thing was going to go up in smoke. Do we see the repercussions of such action? And asking the question, so what does it mean for everybody else who's practiced? And they'll be like, okay, so what matters? What does it mean for us as we go forward?
So apparently the girls were initially disqualified during the Western Region Drama Festivals under what? Unclear circumstances. The play was reinstated following a High Court ruling that ordered its inclusion in the national lineup. I refuse to accept that it was under unclear circumstances. Someone must have been rattled.
At what level were they dropped?
That is the Western Region.
The Western Region.
So they had gone up to the Western Region?
Yes.
Okay, but usually if your play is not admitted to go to the next level, reasons are given.
Yes.
Were reasons given?
No.
And those must be given. We're going to join our reporter again, who's on the ground. Kennedy Gashuhi is in Nakuru, and we're going to hear from him. Kennedy, good morning again. Hello, Kennedy.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. We are still here following up on the issue of the National Drama Festival.
Okay, let's get a situation report from you.
Yes, at the moment, the students from this Butere Girls Secondary School have already parted ways. So they have split into two groups because of tear gas that was lobbed at them, and they head to Scamper for safety. But some of them have already gone back to Kirobon Girls High School, where they are camping at the moment, but they never performed their play as expected. What we have been told is that they just performed the national anthem, and then they staged a walkout, insisting that they cannot perform without their props and other items that are necessary for the play. And also they were allowed to leave the school premises, but along the way, as we were talking to the students and some of the teachers who were present, the police came and lobbed tear gas at all of us, and we had to split our ways with them. At the moment, we are heading back to the school to see whether the other plays will be happening. But we also have the issue of former Senator Cleophas Malala, who is still in custody, in police custody in Elda Maravin, and the lawyer is expected to update us on what next for them in a few minutes. For Malala, it is not yet clear what they will be charging him for. But what they are insisting is that the play will be presented at the school. However, we don't know whether it will be performed at a later date or maybe later today. And we also don't know what will happen to Malala, whether he will be presented in court today or maybe he will just be released.
Okay, I need to ask you a question because before that, you did mention, Kennedy, that the tear gas was lobbed. Why? Was this because you came together in a crowd? Journalists were speaking with students. Why was there lobbing of tear gas? And is everybody okay? Because yesterday, some journalists were attacked. Other things like this happened. So tell us, what was the reason for that? And is everybody all right?
Well, the students got to a point where they alighted the bus, and then we started filming the scene where they had stopped. And in the process of filming, we just had more police officers arriving there. They never gave any instructions on whether we should leave or not. We only had loud bangs behind ourselves of tear gas canisters exploding right where the children were. And the children, they just had to scamper for safety. Only half of the 32 children managed to get back inside the bus, and the other ones scampered into the crowd that was building around that area.
And are journalists okay? We know that there were some who may have been, caught up in all of this melee. Is everybody all right?
Yeah, everyone is all right. We have not heard of any injuries among our colleagues or even among the students.
All right, Kennedy, thank you so much for that update. We're going to, patch back in with you at some point to find out how things are progressing, and, keep safe, and let's keep talking.
Thank you.
Asante Sana, that's Kennedy Gashoho, who is our reporter in Nakuru, and just looking at a number of issues around what's going on with this. So we don't know if they're going to get an opportunity to perform, but for all intents and purposes, we would assume that they seem to be a little downtrodden and may not do that. It's 27 minutes to 10 o'clock. We're going to take a break at this point and come back and continue. Dear Mr. President, things don't look so good right about now. Let's talk when we come back.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
The showers continue in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 16 through Thursday. 17 and sunny conditions in Nakuru, and 18 and cloudy into Nyeri. It's 17 and sunny in Eldoret, while Mombasa at 29 is sunny. Malindi at 29 is sunny as well. 22 and cloudy conditions in Kisumu, with sunny conditions at 20 in Kakamega. Cloudy at 20 into Kampala, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 25. Johannesburg sunny at 13, and Mogadishu sunny at 30, with 17 and sunny conditions into Addis Ababa. It's cloudy at 27 in Lagos, with mostly sunny conditions at 24 in Kinshasa. It's 23 and sunny into Beijing, with cloudy conditions at 6 in Paris and cloudy at 6 in London. It's 6 degrees and clear in New York.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Traffic.
All right, so So coming out of traffic hour, just a little bit of that left coming through Outer Ring, in and outbound as you come through that loop, touching on North Airport Road. But I think we'll be fine for most of it. It seems to have reduced. No, not so. On Gong Road, there's some traffic inbound and still a little bit of traffic as you come through Survey through towards Wangari Maathai. That's still doing the thing there. And on Limuru Road, coming in from United Nations Avenue all the way out towards Parklands is busy. And there's that traffic again on the southern bypass. Is it because of the rain? What's happening here? And Gong Road is actually really busy as well. So it looks like traffic hour is going to extend some this morning. Let's keep our wits about and keep talking and keep things moving. SpiceFM, KE on X. 24 minutes to 10 o'clock. And dear Mr. President, we're looking at issues this morning. We're going to have a conversation around teachers and the JSS teachers and what their issues are going to be. But here we are dealing with a situation where teachers are involved as well. And saying that things have escalated from last night unto this morning. We have also seen a comment that has come in from former Baringo Senator Gideon Moy. And he says that, you know what? The high school learners are not enemies of the state. The young girls of Butere are not enemies of the state, but daughters of this nation. Rather than being punished for speaking the truth through art, they should actually be celebrated. And now we're seeing a spiraling of this whole thing out of whack. And the question then remains, what will happen in the near future when you say, are we going to stifle creativity, even though we are using, and for the longest time, whether it's art, whether it's music, whether it's drama, whether it's poetry, whether it's dance, they've all been used as forms of expression across board, expressions of love, expressions of community, expressions of governance, over and over and over again. There is something that is scaring somebody, and we don't know who it is. We don't know who's given the order, but this is why we say, dear Mr. President, it doesn't look good right now. It doesn't look good at all. So, dear Mr. President, a minute ago was too late to open and say something about what's going on. Unless there was something untoward that was going to happen, that the stoppage of this in the manner in which we see was going to be the solution. Unless for that, there should be a stop to all of this, where we have tear gas being lobbed at children. No, I think we've dropped the ball. Where we see children who've come to express their art through a festival which has been 63 years in the running. Do we do that for children? Do we put a cover of fear and darkness over what could be other performances today and into the next coming days? Or for goodness sake, into the next coming of years? Who's doing this? Somebody's giving the order. And dear Mr. President, we can actually ask you to stand up and stop this.
Yeah, Mr. President, all that is needed, as said, is to just say stop. I mean, when we talk about this performance, it started from the very basic level. It started from a level where at the county, talk about within the regional areas, and police officers were around to make sure that security was provided for these very same girls that today you are lobbing tear gas against. I mean, Mr. President, you lead this country, you lead the institutions that govern drama. We talk about the Teacher Service Commission, we talk about the Ministry of Education. CS Ogamba, where are you in this? We want to see you stand up and give a position on why this is happening and why it was even cancelled in the first place. We cannot continue like this because those girls are traumatized, and we cannot continue like this.
Dear Mr. President, there are periods in the history of every country, as it is in the history of mankind, where certain events are the pivotal point at which you can actually determine when things are falling apart. A situation where young Kenyans are being targeted by police who have canisters full of tear gas. This is absolutely and completely unheard of. There are chain reactions that can be forestalled chain reactions that can be foreseen, chain reactions that can be managed. When an event or an incident involves children, it becomes an emotive matter. Logic sometimes flies out of the window, and people will not logically reason and logically seek to understand a situation. They will be led by their emotions and how they feel. There are very few things that trigger the emotions than things that involve children. Very few. This is an unfortunate situation that must be rectified with utmost speed before it actually spirals off.
Mr. President, you see, sorry to bring this part of during your previous campaign when you stood before Kenyans and said, speaking to your former boss, Mr. President, don't come for my children, come for me. Mr. President, today Kenyans are telling you, don't come for our children, protect our children. These are the children of this society called Kenya. And they were performing, rightfully so, under the education curriculum. It is their right to express themselves whichever way the Constitution allows them. It cannot appear as though the office that is supposed to give them that basic right of expressing themselves is the very same institution that is taking that right from them. Mr. President, you must stand and speak. Like Ndu says, a minute, the past minute is a little bit too late.
Yeah, Mr. President, the history of this country is replete with examples of mistakes that people in government have made. Yes, there are people and they will and they must make mistakes. It is the way of human beings. But mistakes need not remain mistakes. They can be corrected. But in the correction of matters, time is often of the essence.
Indeed.
The reason why Kenya is touted by many to be a haven of peace is because of our freedoms, which are enshrined in our constitution. The freedoms with which people speak, the freedom with which people can be contrarian, and the freedom with which we are tolerant of views that are divergent from us. It is something we must hold sacrosanct because it not only defines us, but it sets us apart. Understanding, accommodating, giving time, giving an ear to a contrarian view. It is a hallmark of maturity that surpasses very many other hallmarks. The issue and the debates around our education and the JSS system has arisen because the JSS system involves children and the learning. When one talks about the teachers in the JSS, if they were not teaching the children, their importance would not be as great as it is. So when things about that system, which involves children, seems to be in a state of constant hiccups, then the worry and the concern for the children and what their future holds becomes a central issue and a central matter of discussion. But it is a discussion that must have a solution, and that solution must be soon. We cannot have situations of problems and others compiling, especially when it involves children. Because when we are all gone, it is these children who will be left with this country. It is them who will run this country. So are we ensuring that this country will be left in safe, sane, balanced hands? That future is being determined, and you, Mr. President, are in a position to guide that future, to ensure that these children are the children who will make this country even greater than it is today.
Dear Mr. President, even in chaos lies a golden opportunity to then show yourself strong. That in this case, we do not know who's done this. We do not know who is behind it, but we do know who holds the highest seat in the land and has an opportunity to sort this out. When we see the most innocent and the most vulnerable in our society being attacked in the manner in which they have been this morning, we then start to ask questions. And then we're gripped with a fear that sometimes is so strong that we do not know what to do with it. Dear Mr. President, there are children who in Nakuru this morning are not really sure about what the future holds. And I'm not talking about this afternoon in terms of whether they'll be able to perform. I'm talking about the future whereby they are not sure what's going to happen if they open their mouths to express themselves in a God-given right. Dear Mr. President, there are children this morning who are wondering what on earth is going on. There are children this morning who are now blinded by the sting of tear gas. There are children this morning, dear Mr. President, who are asking questions, and their parents, their fellow citizens are also asking questions about what's going on. I repeat, we do not know who is behind this, but we do know who has an opportunity to bring this to an end and ensure that the future of those like these young children is secured in freedom. You can, dear Mr. President, say something about this, and you can do it now. We ask that you do, because folks are following your command. It cannot be that Kenyans are saying now that they have come for our children. It cannot be the case. It's got to get better. And again, here lies a golden opportunity for you to do something with this and say that this comes to an end. Why should we actually criminalize children for their freedoms in expression? Why should we do that? Why should we have a situation that then brings this about? Dear Mr. President, the golden opportunity is in your hands. I plead with you that you take it. My people have a saying, and I said this the other day, that it is not when the water is around your neck that you say you want to do something about it. When you see the water rising around your ankles, that is the time. When you see things have gotten to the point whereby we experience what we've seen in Nakuru with this particular drama festival, that we start to ask questions about what could happen next. And to stay people away from the thing of what could happen next, that are people starting to live in a place where there is fear, you deal with it now, dear Mr. President. You say something today. You go to Nakuru today. You open your mouth today and you shut down the drums that are making noise right now. That you shut down the one who's given this order. That children under the age of 18 have had to deal with the tear gas situation this morning, and that have to live in fear and have to be in a disappointed stage whereby things that they have practiced for years, things that they have seen that they can be proud of, is basically taken away from them. No, Mr. President, not children.
Dear Mr. President, you see, sitting here, I am a product of the National Drama Festivals, and we know what that means and the work that is put in place in making sure that students can be able to perform and be able to bring out the very best that they do have. Dear Mr. President, what is the mistake of these children in performing and expressing themselves? No one has told us. Mr. President, at that point when this performance was being withdrawn from the county, dear Mr. President, perhaps that was the time when you should have asked what was wrong with that. Dear Mr. President, it's a little bit too late, because as we say, parents are saying they have come for our children. And we talk about these children knowing that these children are forming perceptions with regard to the government that there is, with regard to the persons that are supposed to protect them. Because, Mr. President, we speak about a court order that has been issued by the court, which is an arbiter in this republic, where we run to be able to give us a way forward. Mr. President, a court order was given in favor of the school and the students. But, Mr. President, the police, whose sole purpose is to maintain law and order, are busy breaking the law and order. Dear Mr. President, it is about time CS Kipchumba Murkomen spoke, the IG spoke as to why the police are disrespecting court orders. It's about time we were spoken to with the interior, with the education CS, Mr. Ogamba, as to why the children under his purview are being mistreated. Mr. President, you as the leader of this country, it's an opportune time for you to speak up and give a way forward. Dear Mr. President, it's an opportunity for you to speak up and stop the mess that is going on. We cannot wait another second, another minute.
Yep.
Dear Mr. President, when we got our independence, The citizens of Kenya who were in a position to understand what happened knew that something momentous had happened. Something that many people had never thought they would see. It would never happen. As the British flag was lowered and the Kenyan flag raised, there were many people who shed tears of joy. The ululations and the shouting and just the expression of sheer delight that rang through the air. My parents tell me of that story. They told me of that story because they witnessed it and they were there when it happened. It was the dawn of a new era. A new era for the freedom of Kenyans, a new era of freedom for Africans. And it was a good time. Freedom must be guarded jealously. Freedom must be nurtured carefully, painstakingly. Freedom must be given the breath of fresh air and the water for it to grow so that it becomes a natural part of our existence as a country. Because that is now what determines the strength and the moral backbone that a country has. And it has to be a deliberate action that it is encouraged. And the encouragement takes hold, the encouragement gathers momentum, even grows wings, when that push is from the very, very top. And that is your position, Mr. President. The legacy we speak of then becomes that. Because the thing that mankind has always hankered for and the things that our histories as mankind are full of is the human spirit and the fight for freedom. The human spirit and the fight for self-determination. That determination grows. And when nurtured, it grows into a beautifully wonderful thing. Something that one can look back to, take pride and be happy about. The incidences we speak of are beginning to form an alternative legacy. And that is not a legacy that anybody would want. It cannot be that the freedoms that were hard fought for, the freedoms that have been fought for even with what we refer to as the second liberation, they must be enshrined, they must be entrenched. And they must benefit the citizenry. They must enjoy those freedoms. There must be a situation where each and every Kenyan understands that they have an equal right to everything that the Constitution promises them. We're an African country, and we take our leaders seriously. We believe what our leaders tell us. We expect them to show us paths that are good for us. We expect them to be visionary. We even expect them to be prophetic. We rely on them to ensure that our lives are better. It is why we vote for them. It is why we give them the powers that we do within the Constitution. Dear Mr. President, the future and the present are not as far apart as people think. A minute from now is the future.
Indeed.
2 seconds from now is the future. When it becomes a minute, a lot will have happened then. When it becomes an hour, a heck of a lot will have happened. When it becomes a day and you translate it into a week and a month and a year, all the building blocks of the legacy will have taken root and they'll be growing. We have a choice. Which choice will we make?
Well, we talk about melodrama and we say that we're being too sensationalist and we're making noise. Well, how does a rip begin? It's a little unraveling of thread. It's just a little bit, and that's how it starts. That when you see a heart attack, it didn't start. It was not sudden. There were sudden things that happened before it got to the point where it did. You don't just see somebody's leg being amputated. Something happened along the line. So it's the muzzling of the expression of speech or expression at a drama festival today. It could be something else tomorrow. And we're saying that the time has passed for certain things to be nipped in the bud because they've already unraveled. But it doesn't mean that you cannot pick up the string and put it back. It doesn't mean that you can't put the gun back in the holster. It doesn't mean that you can't take the bullet out of the chamber. You can. And that's what we're saying needs to happen now, because we'll get to a point whereby this, what we are seeing, it'll look like child's play. That it'll be no big deal. Do we get to the point where it becomes normal to tear gas children? Does it get to the point where it gets normal that you muzzle people and have all of this drama around a play? That shouldn't you and then to also be able to rein in people who want to display these kind of tendencies whereby muzzling happens. So what we're saying is that the sensitization needs to take place. The sensationalist view needs to happen. The melodrama needs to happen, because if you don't make noise about something that you see going out of whack today, you will not be able to collect the tears tomorrow, no matter how many dams, bowls, containers you have. When you see a situation that you can rein in today, you do it today. That you need to have a nation that you gather up, you need to have people that you govern over. And when you see situations like this, you must do something about it today. You can't wait until tomorrow. Dear Mr. President, I implore you today to please speak up about some of these things. There are people who may believe that they're acting for you. There may be people who believe that they're acting in the best interest of the government of the day. But this is what we see. And it doesn't look pretty at all. The optics play a big role. The perceptions also play a big role. There's something that can be done about it. There's something that can be done about it today. I don't know that you're going to be able to claw back on some of the losses that have been made. I don't know if Butere girls will agree to perform. I don't know if other people who are feeling afraid will perform today. Have we cast a shadow over these festivals? By all means, we have.
Yes.
Are we going to be able to claw back from it? I do not know. But should we? 100% we should.
I think, dear Mr. President, the biggest question you need to ask yourself today is, we are pushing the new JSS system, this curriculum-based, the CBC. And with that, we are pushing creatives to get into doing that. What happens when they tell you, we are not sure we will be safe when you take this career path? Because it is a curriculum for this country. The snowball effect of what has happened today is a cause for alarm for each and every person that lives in this country. Because children are afraid. Parents are afraid. Mr. President, you need to reassure us that even as we take these career paths, that we are safe and that we are able to do that which the curriculum that the government is pushing has given us the right to do so. A minute later is too late.
It's echoes of war. That's the name of the play. But hey, it seems like it is actually echoes of war. We will watch and see what the happenings around Nakuru will be through the next couple of hours and what will actually happen. So some have even been asking, why do we have a former politician or a current politician writing a play? Well, that's another thing. You can do whatever you want. He is a thespian. He's gone to school to study the thing. So you can actually do whatever you want. You can actually be a playwright. He is a product of the creative arts in this country. He is. And I don't think anything precludes him from doing that. You can write a play.
63 years.
63 years of people putting things like this together. Come on.
He is a lecturer for drama in campus. He taught me.
So come on. That shouldn't even be a question. So, dear Mr. President, there are things that can be done. There are things that should be done. And there are things that we hope you will do. Let's see how the day goes. But it's our hope that the echoes that we hear today will actually be silenced, and that we will have a situation whereby young children, older people, older youth, people who are even aged, will not have fear when it comes to how they can express themselves in this country. Let's look at what the intrigues will be through the day. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And for all of you who've clicked in and commented, we always take those into consideration. And we say that it is important for us to continue having these conversations day in, day out. Kenya's biggest conversation comes back to you tomorrow. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Former UDS Secretary General Cleophas Malala has defended his controversial play